All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2026 Northeast Risk Symposium. Thanks for being here, right on time. My name is Jenica Allen. I am the director of the Northeast Risk and the chair of this year's symposium. And so it's really my pleasure and an honor to welcome all of you to today's symposium. I'm the one who's here speaking with you this morning, but I want to extend huge kudos to our symposium planning team. You will see these folks and hear these folks throughout the next 2 days. But our team of Matt Brinka, Hallie Harriman, Gabby Nunez-Mir, Isabella Raganese, Marian Rector, Shika Singh, Eduardo Tovar, and Emma Vanderhyde all have been instrumental in bringing you all of the programming that you'll hear over the next 2 days. And I know that we have lots of return network members at today's symposium, but we also have some new folks joining us for the first time. So I wanted to make sure that we shared the mission of the Northeast Risk, which really focuses on 4 key areas, which is synthesizing relevant science, sharing the needs and knowledge of practitioners, building stronger scientist-practitioner communities, and conducting research. And you will see these threads throughout the presentations over the next 2 days. And if you're new here, you also might not know that there's a whole leadership team behind the Northeast Risk. So all of the folks that you see on this slide are peers that help to make all of the risk programming and resources and research possible. And these team members represent 18 organizations, which range from federal to state agencies, NGOs, academic institutions, and private companies. So it's really their work and your participation that make the Northeast Risk Network possible. So thanks to this team and also thanks to all of you. And I'm going to keep my remarks brief today because we are fortunate to have one of the risk co-founders here to give us a welcome presentation. But I want to highlight the 2025 year in review for the Northeast Risk. It was another productive year, and we'll talk more about some of these accomplishments later today and tomorrow. But I've really been proud of our team to continue to be so productive and to continue to build and support this network despite all of the challenges that we've experienced over the last year. So I'll leave it there for now. Hopefully one of my team members is dropping a link in the chat to this year in review so you can poke around if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. And we'll talk more about some of these new things coming in later sessions. And speaking of what's coming today, here's your morning agenda, brief welcome, then we have a plenary presentation, followed by a collaboration and action presentation session, and then the lunch break. And so without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to turn things over. Oh, actually, let me do a little bit of housekeeping first. I forgot about this. There we go, housekeeping. Reminder that we are in Zoom meeting format. This is the not so fun stuff that I'm supposed to remind you of. So please stay muted if you're not speaking, just so that we can clearly hear the presentations. We are recording this meeting, or most portions of it. So if your video is on, you may be recorded. So if you would prefer not to be, please make choices about whether your camera is on or off. Closed captioning is enabled. You might see this show captions button right on your control panel for Zoom. It might also be under this more button with the 3 dots. So just if you want the live meeting transcription, click on that CC button, which might be under the more. Finally, we encourage you to use the chat to share information during presentations as well as add questions. We will aim to go back and forth between raised hands for live questions, and you can find that raised hand under reactions. Um, or you can put questions in the chat and we will have a moderation team that will help to ask our presenters those questions. So now, without further ado, confirming that that was it, I will stop sharing my screen and turn things over to Carrie Brown Lima, who is the Regional Administrator for the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center and one of the Northeast RISC co-founders. Thanks for joining us, Carrie.
Thanks so much, Jenica, and welcome everybody. It's so exciting to be invited to give the welcome opening here after Jenica's great housekeeping and overview. I'm Carrie Brown Lima. I'm the Regional Administrator of the USGS side of the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center. And also, as Jenica said, a co-founder of the Northeast RISC. And it's really hard to believe that right around now, 10 years ago, was when we first started talking about the need to address climate change and invasive species jointly, and was right around the time where the Northeast RISC had its beginnings. And so really timely to give this opening. But I also wanted to, so I want to give a little bit, you're going to have to indulge me and let me give a little bit of the history of the RISC. But also I'd like to talk a little bit about the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center and in general, the Climate Adaptation Science Centers, so you can better understand how they work and how the RISC is a program within many of our climate adaptation science centers. So from now on, I'm going to call them CASCs. But so I'm going to kick off today by just giving a brief overview of the CASCs and of the Northeast CASC so you can understand a little bit of how we work in case you're not familiar with us. So the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center is one of 9, as I mentioned, and our mission is to deliver science to help fish, wildlife, water, land, and people adapt to a changing climate. And we focus on science, but we also focus on capacity building and engagement in order to improve climate adaptation efforts. So here is a map of the 9 regional CASCs, and we also have a headquarters based in Reston, Virginia at the USGS headquarters. And we work as in partnership with academic institutions and consortium members throughout the region. Our region here in the Northeast goes from Maine down to Kentucky. And we rely on this really unique and valuable partnership between the USGS side and all of our amazing experts across the region that help us deliver the science to meet our mission. Our priority is really partner needs. So we prioritize actionable science, just like the RISC. For those of you familiar with the RISC, I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. But we prioritize actionable science and work with partners on the ground to address their needs. So we're looking to fill knowledge gaps, understand what the gaps are, and then create projects that can address them. We provide technical expertise, and we also translate more complex science into management relevant products. And once we are able to identify what the needs are, so we engage stakeholders to identify these needs on the ground, and then we actually develop our science plans based on those needs, and eventually have the ability to fund projects that can address the needs and have those co-produced with the folks that want the information to make better decisions on the ground. So we do a lot of different things. I'm just going to peruse really quickly through some of the areas that we work, but I invite you to check out the CASC websites across the regions to see all the projects that are in play. But one of the areas that we work in is drought. We work in areas like fire here in the Northeast. We do a lot less of that, but across the country, this is a big focus of the CASC. We work with floods, infrastructure, hunting and fishing, wildlife disease, and last but not least, invasive species. And so invasive species has really become a priority for the CAS over the years. And a lot of the reason for that is that it's so connected to all these other adaptation challenges. But I'm going to shift gears really quick here. I wanted you to kind of understand the CAS and what we do, but I want to go back to the beginning of the risks for a few minutes, not only to celebrate the 10 years, but to understand better how the risks work for those of you who aren't familiar with it. So over time, it became obvious that climate change and invasive species interact in many ways. And these interactions really impact our ability to manage invasive species. And I just have this QR code if you want to scan it to check that out if you're interested in that. But you're going to learn a lot about it today in the presentations that follow. But going back to the beginning of the risks, back in 2015 or so, we started hearing from folks that were managing invasive species on the ground that they wanted some more science to better understand how they could incorporate climate change into their invasive species management strategies. And back then, at the same time, there was an executive order that came out saying that all federal agencies should incorporate climate change into their invasive species efforts. But the question was, how do we do that? Because at that time there wasn't a lot of synthesized information available, and folks didn't have access to clear actions they could take. So when we were hearing this from land managers, invasive species managers on the ground, I had the pleasure of starting to explore this topic with Bethany Bradley, who is now co-director of the Northeast CASC at UMass on the university side, but also one of the co-founders and leads on the Northeast Risk Network, as well as Tony Lamorelli, who at the time was a research ecologist for NE RISCC and saw this need coming up with the partners at NE RISCC as well. And so we set out to try to address this. How can we tackle this huge topic? In 2016, the summer of 2016, there was an exploratory workshop where we brought a bunch of partners together and asked them, like, what do you actually need to address this topic? What's the information? What's the challenge? What are the challenges? And that's really where the risk was born. That was what drove the answers that came out of that workshop made us realize that we needed to synthesize the existing science, communicate the needs of the managers on the ground, build these scientist manager communities, and then also conduct priority research that was identified. We put together soon after that kind of a guiding principles that talked about how we boundary span in the risks. We do this original research. We also translate research and synthesize it. And I wish I could get into all the great products, but I definitely encourage you to check out the website to see the work of the risks if you're not familiar with it already. And then communicate and implement, including things like today's symposium. And so we really followed this cycle of, what's the question? Like, how do we manage for invasive species in light of climate change? Workshop and survey and try to better understand that, conduct the research, and then synthesize. And what we found over time is the more we go through this cycle and the more our partnerships grow. I saw people joining this call today that were there since day one, really helping us identify these questions. And these questions have gotten more detailed, and the more information we have, the better questions we can ask. And so this has just been such a fruitful 10 years with a growing network that's really produced a lot of valuable information to better to help us make better decisions on the ground. And I feel like I was really impressed every year when we have the accomplishments of the risk over the years, like all the things that the risks have produced. It's so impressive. But one of the things that I think makes me the most proud is that as we see that our members have, like, the longer you're a member of the risk, the more our members feel like they understand invasive species and climate change, and that they're more knowledgeable about it. And this comes, and also that they're incorporating it more into their decisions on the ground. This comes from a survey that took place a few years back, but just it's so exciting to see that outcome of all the work of the risks, and actually that's translating to people having the capacity to make better decisions on the ground when it comes to climate change and invasive species. So I'm really happy to be here to celebrate the 10 years of the risk. And just really quickly, I want to bounce back to today and to where we're at today. A couple years back, ISAC put out this white paper, really reinforcing that invasive species threaten the success of climate change and adaptation efforts, and that this should be something that we're focusing on as we're thinking about adaptation. And the CAS, not just reacting to this, this was already happening over the past 10 years. The CAS have adopted the risk model in various regions across the US and in Canada. Although the Canadian risk isn't in a cask, we've seen this growing demand from people on the ground to address climate, to have this information to address climate change and invasive species. So if those of you who are on this call that are not from the Northeast, there are risks in your region, potentially, or in a neighboring region that you can turn to for some of this information, partnership, engagement, and scientific co-production. So just wanted to highlight the success of the Northeast risk starting here, but then expanding across. And it's so wonderful that we have this relationship with the risks and the CAS, that it's become this really keystone program of the casks. We do invasive species research outside of the risk model, but together the risk practitioners, the risk scientists, the CAS scientists and researchers have come together really to produce some pretty amazing work over the years, and a great body of information for those of us who are trying to make those decisions. So and again, like another great success is just hearing from people, from our managers on the ground, on how successful, how they've used the risk science and how it's influenced their work.
Thanks so much, Carrie, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I'll wrap up here. But yeah, we will look forward to seeing all the great presentations, and thanks so much for inviting me to give the welcome today.
So, thank you, Carrie. It's incredible that we're hitting the 10-year anniversary in 2026 of the Northeast Risk and the risks overall. It's incredible. I want to make sure that we aim to stay on schedule as much as possible today. So I'm quickly going to transition over to my colleague, Shika Singh, to introduce our plenary speakers.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We have two very engaging speakers who work on a variety of projects, and some of which they will share with us today. I'm excited to introduce Jesse Wheeler, who is the Natural Resources Specialist at Acadia National Park, and Chris Nadu, who is a Climate Change Adaptation Scientist from the Scotic Institute. And they will give a joint presentation entitled Managing Now, Learning for the Future: Co-producing climate resilient solutions for invasive shrubs. So thank you both, and I will give it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Shika. And I appreciate it. I really am feeling uh, great joy for this organization. Thanks for keeping strong for the risk. It's such a fantastic resource for us. So Chris is I'm gonna go present first, and Chris is gonna manage the slides. So yeah, Jesse Wheeler with the National Park Service. I'm the Vegetation Program Manager at Acadia National Park. You go to the next slide, Chris. And so I'm going to present kind of a bit about what we're doing for invasive plant management and some of the challenges we're seeing. But for folks that aren't familiar with where Acadia National Park is, we're situated on the coast of Maine, where we have the Atlantic Ocean influencing our ecosystems here. We are a maritime spruce fir forest generally across our landscape. It's a small park. However, it's got a diverse set of landscapes. And so we've got hills and mountains, small mountains, ponds, wetlands, streams, shoreline, and actually a diverse mix of forest type as well. So coniferous forests, deciduous forests, in a mixture there. Next slide, Chris. The National Park Service is lucky we've got an inventory and monitoring division and some scientists that do monitoring and inventory of natural resources in the park system throughout the country. And some of the folks that we work with here, part of the Northeast Temperate Network that works regionally, helps us into determining how healthy are our resources. And so for us at Acadia, a lot of what I'm focused on are our forests and wetlands, which we have a substantial amount of, and they're relatively healthy. So what this means is what they've found is that we have few invasive species. We've got a great diversity of forest types, young and old. Regeneration is present. The structural integrity and complexity is there. So that's something that we're proud of. But we realize that it is also kind of in a precarious position, especially as climate shifts, and then we see changes on the landscape here with disturbance patterns. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. And so the same organization, same group, the inventory monitoring program, right? Like I said, in a regional context, looks at national park units and assesses in a similar way some of their health. And so this figure here, just to demonstrate within this region of the Northeast, we have a bunch of park units, and they did an assessment a couple years back looking at regeneration of the forest, kind of the status and what the future outlook might look like, and ostensibly the health of our forest. And so the striking thing is that they found 38 out of 39 parks came out with a condition that were of insecure or probable or imminent failure, which is troubling. And what that means essentially is that, especially those that are of imminent failure, means that if you have a forest that, and then you have a disturbance event, let's say like a hurricane or forest pest or something come through, then the risk of losing that canopy and losing the forest trajectory as a whole is something that's ever present. And so it's really striking. There are many factors that kind of contribute to that, but the main largest one and the one that we're focusing on are invasive shrubs and vines and invasive plants on the understory of these forests. Acadia is in a secure kind of status with that, which basically just means, again, that we have sufficient saplings and seedlings of the same species as the canopy kind of coming in, and relatively few invasive plants. But those NPS scientists do still recommend that we do invasive plant management to kind of stay that course. And so looking in a little more granularly, these long-term monitoring plots that they've established in Acadia here of the forest plots and wetland plots are demonstrated by these small little dot circles. And some of those are filled in where we actually have had invasive plants detected within those plots. These larger circles with the grade, kind of grade shaded larger circles are the locations where we are doing invasive plant management. So we are doing that. What they found is that only 5% of the forest plots do have invasive plants within them. So that's a good sign. Largely that's due to our intact kind of spruce fir forest, is not very invaded. And so what we have are invasives generally around disturbed areas, around the edges of the park, closer to residential areas. However, the wetland plots that we have, what's interesting is the last few years, over half of those wetland plots do detect invasive plants. And this is driven primarily by one species of invasive shrub called glossy buckthorn, which we'll talk about in a moment. So where are we at now, and kind of what do we do to respond to these invasive plants in the park? So we have had approximately a 38-year history of doing invasive plant management. This started for the first set of years working on just removing and identifying purple loosestrife, an aquatic invader in several wetlands. But then in the early 2000s, we had some inventories of many species of invasive plants. primarily terrestrial invasive plants. And then that was able to then turn into a management plan in 2007 that we use to this day that has treatment recommendations. It also suggests some management objectives, including two main ones of removing or eliminating the reproductive potential or the fruits and seeds of a lot of these plants to reduce their spread, and then to maintain or keep invasive plant cover less than 1%. Over the last 2 decades since that plan, we've really expanded our efforts to multiple species, including herbaceous plants, shrubs, vines, and trees, those woody plants. And the last decade or so is primarily focused around a handful of shrub species. So next slide, Chris. And our partners at Schoodic Institute and a few Park Service folks put together a summary article a couple of years ago, looking back at our program and trying to identify and summarize those successes, but also recognizing where we still have work to do and we still have challenges moving forward. So next slide, Chris. And what this kind of looks like for lessons learned are that our commitment to long-term sustainable efforts is key. And that is something that we have prioritized over the decades. That allows for staffing levels, right, every year that we can continue moving forward and be able to be flexible and adjust. The framework of early detection, rapid response, a lot of folks are familiar with, that really works here for many of the species. In many of the populations, we're able to detect and then respond to quickly. It doesn't work everywhere, but it's definitely something that we lean into. Gathering evidence of effectiveness of our management actions. This was demonstrated in that first era where we were focused on purple loosestrife management. There was a program overview after about a decade of work that showed that it was successful. However, we still have purple loosestrife around. What used to take 2 months of very active management focus on purple loosestrife removal now takes us less than 2 weeks. So we still have it around, but it's much reduced. We do, as an organization, need to set clear goals and learn as we go, and to prioritize where we're doing our work because we can't do it all. And then this formation of partnerships and co-creating our work and our objectives has been pretty clear. With one of our partners, Friends of Acadia, has been funding and supporting our efforts for a couple of decades now. That's enabled us to have that commitment to long term. And then Schoodic Institute, especially in the last decade, has really added to our abilities to monitor, to look at effectiveness, and to test different management approaches so that we can make the best decisions moving forward. Next slide. And so I just wanted to show here like kind of what that effort looks like over a long program. It's kind of a lot of work. This is a program where it could take a couple $100,000 annually to support several staff of permanent and seasonal staffing. And then this effort on the ground, these figures here on the upper left, figure A is looking at species over that time period of 1988 to 2022. So this is the number of species per year that we're managing. And so during the first part, there was just, again, the purple loosestrife, but then in the early 2000s, that started to climb up to a maximum of about 25 species that we manage today. In the upper right, figure B, that's the number of sites, right? So the number of sites every year that we're working on has steadily increased over time. And then in the lower left, the figure C there, looking at how many hours. So this is personnel hours that we're contributing towards active invasive plant removal. And so this, you can kind of see where around 2010, it really spikes up to over 2,000 hours per year that we're working on. That is demonstrated by that expansion of woody species, primarily shrubs. We've seen a little bit of a taper off recent 5 years or so. We're around the 1,500 hours per year doing this active work. And then finally, the lower right figure D there, where we're looking at our chemical contribution. So part of our integrated pest management approach, we do use herbicide. And that really spiked again around that 2010 period where we expanded the number of species, the number of acreage, and hours and such an effort. Um, However, I do want to note that over the last 5 to 10 years, that amount of herbicide we've used has decreased, and that's reflective on the total numbers of sites and areas that we have that we're doing management on. We've brought down some of that work to maintenance level, so we're using less product. However, it's not equal everywhere. Um, Next slide. And so we have been successful at keeping that target of 1% cover across the landscape in most of our wetlands and forests. Um, Again, with EDRR, or early detection, rapid response, that's kind of the framework that works well in some instances. One example I like to use is this 2.8 hectare area of forest, kind of a mixed forest on the side of Cedar Swamp Mountain in a relatively remote section of the park where there are trails nearby, but there's really not a lot of disturbed landscape or recent land use history. This had a tremendous Japanese barberry infestation that we discovered about 5 years ago. But we've been very successful after about 2 or 3 years of management, essentially eradicating the reproductive output, so the reproductive stems, and then diminishing the vegetative stems within that area. So we have that pretty well under control. Next slide. So what kind of methods do we use? So this is what goes into a traditional IPM approach. We use mechanical and manual methods. We try to use a variety of things. It really depends on the time of year, the species, the location, right? All of those things go into what we decide as what methods we may utilize, but certainly mechanical removal of above ground vegetation, hand pulling or manual removal, especially with some of our younger seedlings or herbaceous plants like garlic mustard, we rely on. We do a little bit of smothering or trying to reduce the carbohydrates of a plant and smother that way. And then, of course, our chemical control components where we do cut stem herbicide and foliar herbicide treatments for these species. I do want to note that we have historically relied on the native plant kind of seed propagule and recolonization of sites to allow that to happen on its own, kind of passively. And that has worked in a lot of areas, but we're finding that it doesn't work everywhere. And so yet to date, we haven't done targeted planting or seeding on broad scale of native plants in these areas just yet.
Oh, is there a friend coming?
And so we also are recognizing that invasive plants cross boundaries and scales. And so we're working again with our Friends of Acadia partner to run a program called Backyard Stewards, where we're trying to engage the community, right, broadly, to see what we can do to address some of these issues that are across our boundaries. And so working with our neighbors, we're trying to help with identifying 6 of our most common invasive plant species that folks might have in their front or backyards, help with removal techniques, suggestions, also to connect people with landscapers and local professionals that might be able to do some of the weed removal work if they so choose. And so this is, again, a kind of a community engagement. Next slide. And so I'm going to kind of finish up my part by focusing in on one of our target invasive species called glossy buckthorn. This is a shrub that is a fantastic forest and wetland invader, certainly here at Acadia. It grows super well on disturbed sites like our beaver-influenced wetlands, takes advantage of some of that light and new soil disturbance. It's very tolerant of shade, and so we do have some shady mixed forests where it does quite well on that understory. It alters the soil chemistry and the nitrogen component and out displaces our native plants. It's fantastic at producing seed very quickly. Just a young plant can produce quite a lot of fruit, and that fruit can travel far. We've seen birds dispersing it. It can travel via waterways, pathways, and across long distances. I mentioned our park is not very big, but it's got terrain and variety of landscape. We find glossy buckthorn on our highest hills, summits, as well as at the edge of salt marshes on the coast. Next. And so what is the challenge of managing glossy buckthorn? So why is it so difficult for us? our model so far has really been to, detect an established mature stand of glossy buckthorn, and to try to remove those mature stems right off. And so we do that, and then we come in and we try to get sort of the next layer or the younger plants. We also then have to wait for the seed bank of new glossy buckthorn to come up and then respond to that. And then if we take a year off or two for a site, it bounces back fully, and then we've got some reproductive plants again. And so it's become challenging to stay on top of all of it. And then this map on the right here is just to demonstrate the little blue areas are on the eastern side of the park. Those are sites between 2008 and 2016 where we worked solely on those areas for glossy buckthorn. And then in the 2 years after that, once we kind of got those a little under control, we expanded our outlook. And sure enough, we found spots all over the place. And so you can see from the red dots here, those are new locations that we expanded to. And since then, we've expanded to even more sites. So our resources are spreading thin. Next slide. And so again, what this reinvasion kind of challenge looks like is this persistent seed bank. So even if we start to do management after 2 or 3 years, there's still seed coming in that's viable to the soil, that's growing out. We have seed dispersal moving near and far between infested areas. And then this species in particular is fantastic at stump sprouting. So while I would say a majority of stems that we treat in whatever method we use are successful at killing them, there are many others that we are not. So whether that's we've tried to cover it or we've just done some cutting work or try to do a little bit of a removal, let's say near some water, or we've actually done some herbicide treatments that they've rebounded and it hasn't worked. And so just to recap with this plant in the last few years, it takes up about approximately 60% of our time. So of our year focused on just this one species, let alone the rest of the ones that we're thinking about. And then as well as the total area of invasive plant cover, 60% of it is glossy buckthorn. And one of our kind of troubling sites that we have this vista, this open area near our Park Loop Road, where we've been doing management for a little over a decade, certainly. And it's got a history of disturbance, of mowing and some other things too. So it's kind of a tricky site where the invasive plants seem to, once they get a hold, they do quite well. And so that's demonstrated here with glossy buckthorn. We've looked at some of these transects over time, and you can kind of see where we've got some mixed results where we've been able to bring down some of those vegetative stem numbers and maintain those pretty well. But the reproductive stems, while maintaining them low, they're still there. And there's a bit of ups and downs depending on the year or when the last time we came through and did a treatment. And so we do have some of these areas that are pretty problematic. And so these transect results kind of demonstrate that. So while we want to address those objectives of reducing the cover and the reproductive stems, we're also seeing the difficulties of native plants coming back to some of these areas if the seed bank is there at all. And so, like I mentioned before, we usually had relied on them to come back on their own, but the challenges of removal efforts might be not, taking too long or not as quick as we'd like, and that slow recolonization is too slow. So next slide. So what we are thinking about is where do we go from here? And a bit of it is like continuing to monitor and look at the effectiveness of our traditional IPM approaches, but really see where we can adjust and fine tune that so we can be more effective, while at the same time also thinking about what does active restoration look like and potentially bringing in native shrubs and some means planting or seeding. Once we've got a decent handle on the glossy buckthorn, can we get those established in some of these areas to help a quicker trajectory towards the ecosystem restoration? The next. So again, to kind of recap, we have found that our overall our program invasive plant management is successful. However, it takes a ton of work to do that and a lot of effort. We have continued challenges and reinvasion of some of these species like glossy buckthorn in some locations. So that continues to test our resolve and challenges us to find new ways to address that. We do also have this long-term commitment. We still have that. And I would say in this era, you were even stronger with our friends and our partners, like Friends of Acadia and Schoodic Institute and researchers and folks to help us determine what decisions we should make on the ground for management that's going to be most effective. And then last slide, I just kind of zoom backing out. Acadia is just one example here, surely, and it's not just buckthorn, right? Everyone in the northeastern North America is dealing with several species of invasive plants, in particular shrubs in our forests. And so we are really looking for what other types of solutions and other types of approaches can we be taking. And so I'm going to hand it over to Chris to kind of help us guide us through the next phase of this.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jesse. And yeah, like Jesse, I feel super privileged to be able to talk to this group. This group is, such a great resource. I agree with Jesse. And so thanks for that great overview of kind of the challenges and successes that you've all seen at Acadia. And I suspect there's lots of people on this call that are having similar challenges, right? Invasive shrubs are just a huge problem. And so I'm going to talk about some of the work that we're doing to try to address that problem, especially in the face of climate change. But slides, so I want to start out by asking a question of everybody. When you think of climate change and when you think of invasive species, what keeps you up at night? And if you ask that question of many people at Acadia National Park, then it's invasive shrubs like glossy buckthorn. So the nightmare scenario at Acadia is that climate change will stress our native species, right? Like red spruce, which makes up 40% of trees in the park. And then those native species will get replaced by invasive shrub thickets like we see in so many parks already, in the parks further south of us. And so, unfortunately, there's lots of reasons to believe that this potential nightmare could become a reality. And the first of those reasons is that we're already seeing native species being stressed by climate change directly and indirectly. And so, for example, between 2014 and 2019, Acadia lost nearly every single one of its red pine trees due to an insect called the red pine scale that we think is benefiting from warmer winters. And of course, that's not an isolated case, right? Other trees in Acadia and throughout the Northeast are suffering from pests and pathogens ranging from hemlock woolly adelgid to emerald ash borer and beech leaf disease, right? And even for the species that are doing well now in Acadia, like red spruce, climate change models predict that those species will suffer in the future. And so there's good reason to believe that native species will start to suffer and present new opportunities for invasion. And then on top of that, we see from modeling work done by Annette Evans and Bethany Bradley's lab, right, that many invasive species are moving towards the north and the east, right? And so this means that we're very likely to see a lot of new invasive species hotspots in the Northeast in the future. And this coincides with a lot of the graphs that Jesse just showed, right, where the number of species that they're having to manage has just skyrocketed over the last decade. And so this could significantly increase the management burden for many folks in the Northeast. And then last, we think that invasive species might be particularly good at benefiting from the lengthening growing seasons that are happening under climate change. And there's kind of two lines of evidence that support that. The first is that invasive shrubs in particular in the Northeast put their leaves on either really early in the spring or they hold them really late in the fall, right? And that gives them an advantage of gaining energy when our native species don't have their leaves on. And so these invasive species are already benefiting from these longer growing seasons. And then there's been work from Thoreau Woods in Massachusetts and other places suggesting that invasive species are more plastic, right? And so they're better able to adjust their phenology for these changing and variable growing seasons. And that might also give them an advantage. And so if you combine all of these factors, changing distributions and stressed native species and these lengthening growing seasons, with what Jesse just went through, right, is that managing invasive shrubs is already super duper challenging, then I think we probably need some sort of new strategies for managing invasive shrubs under climate change. And those strategies need to reduce the management burden, right? And those graphs that Jesse showed, we need to get all those points going down, right? But also those strategies need to be resilient to climate change themselves, right? They need to provide long-term benefits if we're going to invest money in them now. And so the problem is this saying we need new strategies is easy, right? But if we already knew how to manage invasive shrubs better and generally, we'd be doing it already, right? And so we don't have good strategies for this. And then just in general, from a climate change adaptation perspective, there's been dozens and dozens of climate change adaptation strategies that have been proposed in the literature, and many of those are already being implemented on the landscape, but very few of them have any empirical support. And so we don't really know that they're going to have the desired effects when we implement them on the ground. And so that puts managers in this really difficult place, right? They're forced to make a decision between just continuing the status quo, which may or may not be good enough as we get increased risks of invasion under climate change, or they can implement these strategies that have been proposed, but we really don't know if they're going to work, right? And that both of those things have risks for our ecosystems. And if we implement strategies and they fail, that erodes confidence in natural resource management. And so that puts us in a really difficult spot. But luckily for us, that's where the nightmare becoming a reality begins to break down because we have tools for managing under great uncertainty. And one of those tools is adaptive management, or more simply, just learning from the management that we've been implementing on the landscape already, right? And so in that simplest form, that learning from management looks like this, where we implement a single strategy, we monitor that strategy over time, and then we evaluate if it's working. And if it's not working, then we go back to the drawing board and we implement a new strategy and repeat the cycle again. And Jesse mentioned that he's doing this type of some of this work and he showed some data to support that. And I'm sure many other people are too, and that's great. This is an effective way of learning, and we need to be learning about our management actions. But unfortunately, this method of learning is particularly slow. And that's because ecology is slow, right? And so it could take a decade or more for us to learn if this single management action is working. And then if we find out it's not working and we have to go back to the drawing board, then we've perhaps lost a lot of really critical time, which we can't lose under these rapidly changing climates. And so interestingly, about 100 years or over 100 years ago, scientists ran into this really similar problem. And so this geologist, Thomas Chamberlain, he recognized in 1890 that science was progressing slowly because researchers were getting fixated on a single hypothesis, right? And by doing so, they were ignoring potential alternative hypotheses, and that was slowing the progress of science. And so he recommended a method called the method of multiple working hypotheses, and he basically just suggested that researchers need to broaden the ideas that they're working on and start testing multiple hypotheses simultaneously. And that could significantly increase the rate of progress in science and the rate of discovery. And so a few years back, we published a paper in Biological Conservation where we essentially suggested that we should be using the method of multiple working hypotheses in ecosystem management when we have extreme uncertainty. So essentially what that looks like is instead of just implementing a single strategy at a time, then rather what we should do is implement multiple strategies simultaneously whenever we can, and then monitor that over time and evaluate. And then we're much more likely at the end of this cycle to identify a better strategy or a best strategy or a good strategy, right? And so this has the benefit of increasing the rate at which we learn about our management actions, right? Especially under climate change. But it also has the benefit of hedging our bets against uncertainty. And so if we implement multiple methods, we're much more likely to at least have some of our management action be successful, right? And that's a really useful benefit of this method. And so let me show you what that looks like in progress and or how that process looks. And so Jesse mentioned, he gave good detail on how glossy buckthorn is the most problematic invasive species in the park, and it eats up a ton of his team's time. And yet, no matter what they do, when they come back to a site a year or two later, glossy buckthorn is back. This picture is a great example where Jesse had visited this site 1 or 2 years ago, and now nearly every single green leaf you see in this picture is glossy buckthorn, right? And so when I started at Schoodic Institute about 3 years ago, I started working with Jesse to try to figure out if there was a way that we could do better and reduce the management burden of glossy buckthorn. And so our initial research into what we could do led us to the Cover It Up project at the University of Minnesota. And this is by Mike Schuster and many of his colleagues. And so if you're not familiar with this project, check it out. It's a really great project and they produce some great resources. And essentially what they're suggesting with a different species, common buckthorn, is that after you remove the common buckthorn, if you just plant native species and they've got recommendations on what to plant, right, then you can reduce the management burden of common buckthorn. And it's been a really successful program. And so we're working with a different species, and so we didn't know if this would work for us, and we definitely didn't know what species to plant. And so, with that uncertainty, we moved forward with this kind of experimental or testing multiple strategies approach. And so, we developed large plots in 21 different locations throughout Acadia National Park that are glossy buckthorn hotspots. We fenced these plots to keep deer out of them. Then we removed all the buckthorn in the plots using this typical methods that Jesse uses with mechanical removal and herbicides. And then we just broke these plots up into 4 quadrats and implemented different treatments in each quadrat. And so in the first one, we just did what Jesse always does as a control, right? We didn't plant any native species, we just removed the buckthorn. In the second one, we planted 9 species of shrubs that we think will compete well with glossy buckthorn. There's 36 shrubs in total in the plot. In the third, we planted 9 different graminoid species, grasses, rushes, and sedges, and that is kind of in line with what the Cover It Up project might recommend. And then in this fourth treatment, we did this funny thing where we dug a hole as if we were going to plant a shrub, but then we just filled it back in. And this is just kind of a funny treatment. Because in our initial conversations about planting native species, we were worried that if we disturbed the soil and brought a bunch of seeds to the surface by planting a native plant, we would just make the problem worse. And we really wanted to hone in and make sure that wasn't something that we were doing. And that's why we implemented this kind of funny treatment. And so there's 3 things I want to point out about this experiment. One of them is we're doing exactly what I suggested before. We're testing multiple strategies simultaneously, but we're doing it in a way that we're still managing, right? We're not learning and then managing later. We're managing and learning at the same time. We're trying to make these plots resilient to climate change using diversity. And so that's why we planted 9 different shrub species and 9 different graminoid species. And diversity is one of the most recommended ways to kind of hedge your bets under climate change. And we're already seeing some benefits of having planted that diversity. And then the third thing I want to point out is that, adding this kind of science to what Jesse was already doing, right? That couple $100,000 a year probably only added about 10 or 15% to design the experiment, right? To monitor the experiment each year and then to do the analysis. And so to do this hasn't added a ton of extra cost, although some, of course. And we're already seeing some pretty encouraging results from this work. Planting graminoids hasn't done anything to reduce buckthorn, which was a bit of a surprise, but maybe not too surprising if you see some of our sites. But planting a diversity of native shrubs has been really successful. And so, first of all, like Jesse said, getting native shrubs back in these places has been really difficult. We've had over 80% survival of our native shrubs, and so this is successfully bringing natives back to these places. Planting native shrubs reduces natural reinvasion of buckthorn, either from birds or the seed bank, etc., by 45%. It reduces buckthorn germination by 43%, so the germination of buckthorn seeds, and we're not seeing those negative effects we were worried about when we dig a hole to plant a native shrub. And so far, I think these results are suggesting that planting a diversity in native shrubs can be really helpful in reducing the management burden of buckthorn. We are seeing some differences among sites that we need to sort out, but for now, I think that that's what we've learned in the first few years of this project. But to be honest, these are great results and they're super encouraging, but I think we could probably do better still, right? And so we've been racking our brains to try to understand what is it that gives glossy buckthorn such an advantage over our native species. And the answer is probably a whole bunch of things, right? Invasive species have these syndromes. But one thing that stands out for all invasive shrubs in the Northeast is something I've already mentioned, and that's that they put their leaves on really early in the spring, or they drop them really late in the fall relative to our native species. And so this is a picture of glossy buckthorn with its leaves on really late in the fall in Acadia after all our native species have dropped their leaves. And so this is a phenomenon that's been studied really widely in the Northeast. And one of the most comprehensive studies was by Aaron Maynard Bean at Penn State, who used participatory science to monitor the phenology of invasive and native species across a big latitudinal gradient. And I'm going to dive into these graphs and hopefully for a good reason for a few minutes. And so I'll walk you through them in good detail. And so and these are graphs from Aaron Maynard Bean's paper, which I forgot to put a citation for. I apologize. But the y-axis is the leaf on date in the spring, right? And for these invasive and native shrubs, the x-axis is latitude. Invasive species are represented in purple and native species are represented in green. And there's two things that I want you to take home from this graph. And the first one is we see this really important latitudinal gradient, right? Where species that are at higher latitudes put their leaves on later in the spring. Not rocket science. We all probably know that, but that's an important pattern, right? The second thing to notice is that invasives have this earlier leaf-on phenology across much of this latitudinal gradient, and it can be over a month that they put their leaves on earlier. If we look at a graph from the fall, and so this is a very similar graph, but now we're looking at leaf off, right, on the y-axis, or leaf senescence, right? We see the opposite pattern. And so we still see this latitudinal gradient. Species at higher latitudes drop their leaves earlier than at lower latitudes. And we still see this big difference between invasive and native species, where invasive species are keeping their leaves on much later. And we've been monitoring this same kind of data at Acadia for the last few years, and we see this exact same pattern. And so one of the species Jesse mentioned, Japanese barberry, is an invasive shrub that keeps its leaves on or puts its leaves on about 16 days earlier than our native species. And then glossy buckthorn in Acadia, which I already showed a picture of, keeps its leaves on average 21 days later than our native species. And so why do we care about this from a management perspective, right? It's a cool pattern. It's interesting, right? But why do we care from a management perspective? There's two reasons. And the first one is that great work by Jason Fridley has demonstrated that invasive species gain a lot of energy during that time when they have their leaves on, and native species do not. And so it probably benefits them to have that strategy. And then the second thing that's really important is that folks from the Cover It Up project, Mike Schuster, have shown that if you plant a native species that also keeps its leaves on really late in the fall or puts them on early in the spring, then that can be really good at suppressing things like common buckthorn. And so that's got us wondering, maybe we shouldn't be planting the species that we've been planting. Maybe we should be focusing on species that hold their leaves on for a similar period as invasive species at Acadia. And so one way to do that, right, is to take advantage of that latitudinal gradient that I shown in that graph, right? And instead of sourcing our shrubs locally in Maine, we should maybe source them from down in New Jersey where they have a longer leaf-on period, bring them up to Acadia and plant them up there. And then maybe the question is, will those shrubs compete better with our invasive species? And so another way to look at this, right, is back to these graphs, right? And so if we instead collected our shrubs from like 40 degrees latitude, right, and New Jersey, and we moved them up to Acadia, If those shrubs keep that same leaf phenology that they had in New Jersey, then they might have the same phenology as invasive species in Acadia and compete better. And we see a similar thing in the fall, though not quite as perfect. Right? And so many of you will probably recognize that what we're talking about is a really special case of assisted migration, right? It's the use of assisted migration in a novel context. And so assisted migration is this intentional movement of species, right, for conservation purposes under climate change. And there's kind of three flavors that lots of people are familiar with. There's population migration, and so this is moving a species within its current distribution. So this is moving a genotype, for example, from the south to the north. We have range expansion, where we're just moving a species slightly outside of its range, right? And then there's species migration, where we're moving species very long distances outside of their range. And it's really these two examples on the left, population migration and range expansion, that we're considering as an adaptive, as a management strategy for invasive species. And so I'm sure there are lots of people on the call right now that are feeling pretty uncomfortable, right? Because there are risks associated with moving species around on the landscape. And lots of people at Acadia also felt uncomfortable. I also felt uncomfortable, right? And so in 2023, we conducted a risk assessment to try to evaluate the risks and uncertainties associated with this process. And we followed this risk assessment that was put together for managed relocation, which is another name for assisted migration, by the National Park Service. And so we worked with National Park Service staff and many of their partners to walk through this process. And we identified a lot of potential uncertainties and risks. And so lots of people were concerned about potentially moving pathogens and pests up from New Jersey. Folks were worried about creating new invasive species by moving things around. They were worried about the species surviving in their cold winters up here in Maine, whether the species we moved north would keep the phenology that they had when they were down south. And then this is a novel practice, right, that we've just developed. And so we don't really know if it's effective. And so that was a huge uncertainty. And we know that we can mitigate a lot of these risks, right? And so, for example, if we collect seeds from the south, then we're much less likely to transport pests and pathogens. And we know that the likelihood of creating a new invasive species by moving a species a short distance is low. And there's guidance out there by Northeast Risk folks on which traits to focus on when it comes to this. And these other three, survival, phenology, and management effectiveness, there's some evidence to suggest that all of these things will act the way we think, but we just don't know yet. And so I think we would have to just move some shrubs to find out. But ultimately, the outcome of this meeting was that we shouldn't do this strategy at Acadia, that we really don't know yet if the benefits outweigh the risks. But I want to be super clear that that doesn't mean that we should abandon this strategy, right? It's still a really promising strategy. And although it has risks, what those risks and uncertainties do is really just set a research agenda for us, right? And it's a research agenda that we have to pursue in a more cautious way than the experiment I showed you earlier, right? We need to make sure that we are mitigating risks while we do this type of research. But we should do this research, and so we have been over the last few years doing research. And one of the most interesting ways we've been doing this is a program that we call Backyard Scientists. And so one of the participants of our workshop recognized that one of the species we hope to move, coastal sweet pepperbush, is actually growing in the Acadia region in people's gardens already. And so that provided this great opportunity for us to learn about the phenology, invasiveness, and survival of this species that's been moved out of its range. And so for the past 2 years, we've been partnering with people that have this plant in their backyard to monitor the phenology, invasiveness, and survival. And we've seen some really interesting results from that unfortunately don't have time to get into. We're also conducting mechanistic experiments on the ground that are highly controlled. And so we're to really evaluate whether this assisted migration strategy will work at suppressing invasives. And so one of the ways we're doing that is using these shade structures that are affectionately known as witch hats by the Scudic folks. And what they do is simulate planting a shrub that would cast shade at different times a year. And so we put on shade structures and over some naturally growing buckthorn seedlings that represent shading that would occur if we just planted a locally sourced native shrub. And then we have shade structures that shade early in the spring or late in the fall or both to simulate planting a native species from the south. And this project's been going on for a few years and should really help us learn about the benefits of this assisted migration approach. And the next step for this is really potted plant experiments where we grow individuals side by side of invasive shrubs and shrubs either sourced from Acadia or sourced from New Jersey. And we're not there yet, but we hope to get there soon. And ultimately, all that work will tell us, give us a sense of whether the benefits of this novel approach outweigh the risks. And so I started this talk by asking you all, right, what keeps you up at night? And for those of us at Acadia, it's that nightmare scenario that we'll lose our native species and those will get replaced by these invasive thickets like we see in other parks. Right. And I'm sure many of you have this same nightmare because there's a good chance that this nightmare could come to reality. Right. But that's not where the story needs to end. Right. What I've tried to suggest today is that we have tools for managing under that type of uncertainty. Right. And so we don't have to accept that outcome. And we can't do this work in isolation, right? The work that we've talked about today takes partnerships, right? It takes co-production and all the work that I talked about is really a collaboration between Jesse's team and my team. And it's really successful because we're letting the management guide the science and Jesse is letting the science, inform management decisions. And it's that type of co-production that we'll need to make major strides going forward. I also want to highlight, right, that we can't do this alone, right? We need help. It's a lot of work to do this kind of work. And so, but what we found is that the public is super interested in helping out with this work, right? And so the Backyard Stewards program that Jesse mentioned and the Backyard Scientists program that I mentioned, people are super duper excited to be working on these projects. And in fact, they want to do more. And so we're actually going to be expanding both of those programs this year. And because there's so much uncertainty out there, we need this kind of volunteer help, right, to expand our capacity. And so when I think about what keeps me up at night now, right, it's not that nightmare scenario anymore. It's really the excitement of continuing this work, right, of wondering what's going to come from our latest experiment, right, and really the excitement of knowing that we're doing something active, right, to try to do a better job managing invasive species under climate change, which will hopefully keep Acadia's forests healthy for decades to come. So I just want to thank the National Park Service, of course, Schoodic Institute, and Friends of Acadia. We're this partnership that does all this great work together. And then, of course, many people contributed to this work beyond Jesse and I. And I'll stop there, and Jesse and I can take some questions if there's time.
All right. Thank you so much. It was a great presentation, and I actually would urge our viewers to take a quick look at the chat because, there were some questions that were asked, and Jesse, you did a fantastic job answering and staying on top of some of those. But we do have a couple questions that we wanted to mention here. One is resistance developing, and then there's a question earlier on. Have you seen any resistance to some of the management techniques that you're using, maybe some of the herbicide?
I would say that's definitely a possibility because we do see where, in particular, from our foliar herbicide applications, it doesn't always do a full, even though if it's a systemic herbicide, it doesn't kill it all. So that's where we're, still trying to fine tune and dial in. So we do use different products over the years and different concentrations. And so that could be an element of it, certainly. I wouldn't rule it out. I should also mention, just to kind of elaborate on that, I don't know if it's been the same for every place in the Northeast, but over the last 5 years, certainly, many of our summers have had drought conditions, and just having these climatic kind of extremes going on during the growing season, it challenges us even more for what methods we might be able to use. So I will also recognize that in some times when we may choose to use a chemical treatment, it may be a lot less effective, right? If it's a hot and dry part of the season. So that kind of climate interaction definitely it doesn't help us.
And I think that those two things, like herbicide resistance and these drought effects on the way we manage, right? That's just two more reasons why we need to be considering other strategies, right? And even though I think they might be costly up front, right? They in the long term they might help with some of these things that Jesse just mentioned.
Excellent. We also had a question about, and we need a follow up is like, how did you test germination separate from reinvasion? And I know, Jesse, you'd mentioned that you had sowed buckthorn seed and then tracked the germination. And then you also, I think at Scodex, you also measured percent cover of buckthorn. So if you could maybe differentiate or kind of discuss that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I just didn't really have time to get into the details, but yeah, we've done all sorts of things to try to understand, and so foolishly, kind of maybe, we thought when we started this experiment, well, what if we don't get any buckthorn growth in these plots? Then we won't learn anything. And so we actually planted both buckthorn seedlings in the plots, and we put in a bunch of buckthorn seeds in the plots to look at survival and growth. Then of course, and then we monitored the percent cover of buckthorn that we did not plant in the plots. And so that's how we separate the two. And so we've got all sorts of metrics to learn from, including kind of what buckthorn naturally came back into the plots, how these seedlings grew and survived, and eventually we'll reproduce and we'll measure that, and then whether these seeds were able to germinate and grow and survive. So yeah, that's how we separated those things. So I'm glad we did that work, but it's funny now to look back 2 years later and think that we thought no buckthorn would come back to these plots, because there is plenty of buckthorn.
No, yes. And another question is like, how do you deal with potential confounding variables when you implement multiple management strategies simultaneously? So like, how do you tease out what's successful and what's not adding anything?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it kind of depends on the question you're trying to the strategy you're trying to implement. And so in this case, right, we did what's called a block design, right, where we do all four treatments side by side, and they might be influencing each other, but our treatments are big enough that like I doubt the shrub plot is really influencing the graminoid plot and etc. And so I don't think they're confounding each other. And then by doing all four treatments in the very same place, then a lot of the other confounding variables like kind of canopy openness and wetness, etc., they're not constant, but they're at least much closer than if we did these things in separate places. Um, but you can't always do that, right? You can't always just break a plot into four and do things in isolation like we did here. And so there are other cases where you've got to just kind of do things it one thing in one place, another thing in another place. And then it really just comes into, replication as much as we can. And so if you've got a managed area as big as Acadia, then you can do five things, do five sites one way and five sites another way. And we do this with our summit restoration project where we do restoration techniques in different places. But if you're just one small site, then I think some of the most impressive work out there that's helping us learn really quickly is these distributed experiments, right? And so a great example is the adaptive silviculture for climate change project, right, where they have an experiment, same kind of setup all over the United States in all different kind of contexts, and they're learning about assisted migration. And so I think we need to go that route. And in that paper that I mentioned, this experimental adaptation paper in biological conservation, we talk about this a little bit, like how do you implement this kind of multiple strategies simultaneously in different types of contexts. So hopefully that was a little helpful.
Thank you. Also, just a couple last questions. In the previous part of the presentation, you talked about a lot of activity in invasive species management in the 2010s. What precipitated that? Like, what kind of kick-started that investment
Yeah,
in management?
Right. So it coincided with our management plan. So we had kind of a structure in place of what we should target, like kind of where some of these populations were and what we need to do. But we also started to get more funding. That's where Friends of Acadia helped with that. Some of it was from like wetland mitigation funds and some other sources and other governmental and non-governmental funds to kind of kickstart financially to have that. And we've found other creative ways over the last couple of decades to kind of sustain that at a level that we would like. So it kind of had all come together, our plan, and then finding some funding sources, and then our friends group to help us for consistent support.
Thank you. And just one final question. Do you have a sense of whether one or two of the replanted native shrubs is most effective for reducing buckthorn regrowth, or do you think it's just a diversity that matters?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And we actually set up, I didn't get into this detail either, but we set up the experiment in such a way that we could ask that question. And so we planted four of the same species in a block, and then we planted seeds and a seedling of buckthorn in the middle of that block to try to understand, like, yeah, is it Aronia melanocarpa or is it speckled alder? What is it that is driving that pattern? And so far, we're not able to pick out which species is the best species. And so, um, and that might be a sample size issue. I'm not sure, but right now we're not able to say that it's one species really driving the trend over the other. And so it is diversity, I think, is the way to go. And honestly, that's my recommendation anyway. I think whenever we're doing these kind of restorations, that diversity is the way to hedge our bets against uncertainty. And I did mention that, like, we've seen the value of that, and we did have two of our plots got completely flooded, and about a year after the plants got planted, and a bunch of the shrubs died in those plots. But because we had a diversity of shrubs in those plots, a bunch of the plants survived that flooding too. And so, and that flooding event was caused by a huge rain event that we got that are now super frequent under climate change. So yeah, I think diversity is the way to go with planting.
Excellent. Thank you. A great presentation. So I really enjoyed that one. And I'm going to turn it over to Jenica for the start of the next session. And thanks again.
Great. Thank you so much, Shika, for the handoff. And I am excited to be your on-screen lead for a session that we've titled Collaboration in Action. It's really intended to provide some case study examples of successful partnerships around invasive species and climate change. And so our first speaker in this session is Doug Jensen, who's an AIS prevention planner with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. And he's here to talk about Minnesota has a compelling story of success in AIS prevention. So Doug, you can go ahead and share your screen and take it away.
Okay, let's see if we can get everything to work here. There we go. I
Looks
think
great. Yep, looks
it's
perfect.
looking good. Okay, great. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak with you this morning. I'm really excited. It's my pleasure to tell you about a compelling story of how we've been able to build successes in AIS prevention in Minnesota. And as Chris said, I also feel super privileged to be here with you today. I am going to turn my camera off, I think, if I can. Uh, been having some bandwidth issues. Well, we'll just go with the flow. So over the past 30 years, we've learned what we've learned is that AIS management is all about people management, and public awareness and proactive behaviors are keys to preventing the spread of aquatic invasive species. And as many of you know or have heard, you can ask any state that has led AIS outreach and assessment. Minnesota is recognized as a leader in AIS research, education, outreach, and assessment for over past 30 years. And through these assessments, we've learned a great deal about how to tailor and improve AIS outreach aimed at prevention. As Hillary Clinton once said, achievement takes a village, and which is truly the case here. And it may seem like I'm leaning maybe towards a little bit of bragging here. I'll try to keep that to a minimum. But as my grandfather once said, if they can brag without lying, let them brag. So to that end, we'll show that there's multiple points of evidence that show that prevention is working here in Minnesota. And as I commented in the chat, I hope this presentation is intended to inspire your efforts and to provide you with some hope that prevention is possible. So here's what my agenda is for today is what is being done, what is the effective AIS outreach how effective AIS prevention outreach can change behaviors. Evidence of successful AIS management is curbing the spread of AIS in Minnesota, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for some question and answers. So what is being done? What we know is that research shows that people pose the greatest threats for overland spread. People will take action if they know what to do. Without proper information, it's likely they'll do nothing and the spread is inevitable. So back in 2002, to help set the stage, a national committee of the Federal Aquatic Species Task Force was convened, which I was an active member of, and to design a national campaign that was launched in 2002, Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers. Just a few things about it. It's a national social marketing-based campaign. It's designed to link tools to barriers for behavior change, created to be stepped down so partners can adapt and adopt that resource materials at multiple levels. We've got about 1,400 partners that have joined, businesses, agencies, academia, and nonprofits. And since 2006, the campaign partners have generated over 2 billion impressions. So we then used the Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers to launch the first comprehensive AIS campaign in the Great Lakes. But before we get into that, just let's, for a few moments, pause to discuss what led up to the development and launch of the national campaign. Previous multi-state surveys of boaters and anglers that I led in 1994, 2000, 2005, 2007 included Minnesota boaters and anglers. The first two were mail surveys in 1994 and 2000, and the 2006 and 2007 surveys were face-to-face surveys. So with this, we have a long-term longitudinal data for boaters and anglers for over a decade in Minnesota, and I'll show some of the results of these research projects in a few minutes. Now that I've sort of set the stage, back in 2010, I led, on behalf of the Great Lakes Sea Grant Network, the first comprehensive AIS outreach campaign. And as part of that effort, I led the first regional survey of North American Fishing Club members, which was conducted in 2012 in collaboration with the North American Media Group and Wildlife Forever. So for clarity, we have a total of 4 multi-state surveys that include that for Minnesota boaters and anglers. So our objectives in this project were pretty straightforward. Can strategic messaging using dedicated e-marketing can be effective in reaching anglers? Can we raise awareness, and can that result in behavior change? So how we did this is that we exposed recipients to 4 e-newsletters with prevention messages that showed who, what, where, why, and how to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. We administered that via an e-survey. So one of the key points was, what was the importance of taking action to prevent the spread of AIS at water accesses? Results for all the states were remarkably similar from Minnesota to New York, at 97% when combined, very important and moderately important. To determine awareness, we asked a before and after question. What was your level of awareness before exposure to the messages? What was it afterwards? And it went from 46% to 96%, which is a 50% increase. A corollary question then we asked, really the million-dollar question, what actions did you take and what actions will you take in the future before and after? And always to usually taking action rules from 46% to 97%, which was also an increase of 33%. Moving on to the results of another survey that I helped with in 2013, the White Iron Chain of Lake Association, which is located just north of Duluth and south of Ely, Minnesota, led a 30-month watershed outreach effort and conducted a mail survey of residents on AIS towards the end of the outreach effort. But by design, their survey was designed so we had comparable data for the 2 watershed scales, one for Waikola, and then also based on the Great Lakes Angler Survey that we just discussed. So now we'll compare the results. So here's the table. Over here on the left-hand side is the ranking, very high, medium, and low, which is a kind of a subjective category ranking, but it's representative of the results that are shown there on the right, showing the actions taken. And so what really is important to note is that people are responding to our communication messages, and that is over 90% were draining water, over 90% were inspecting and removing. They're also disposing of unwanted bait to a large degree, but we could certainly do a lot better in that regard. Um, Folks are not drying as much as we want. That's another area that we could really improve our outreach efforts. The differences here between rinse and wash is based on infrastructure. In the South Ely area, infrastructure is not readily available to even rinse off boats and boats, motors, and trailers. But across the Great Lakes region, there's much more opportunity for that. So yet another fifth survey also showed an increase in awareness. Also a part of the Great Lakes Cigarette Network campaign, myself and my cigarette colleagues conducted post-event evaluations at events to measure changes in awareness and behaviors. And based on outreach efforts in person at 11 events, post-event surveys showed when combining very aware and moderately aware, overall awareness went from 68% before the events to 82% post-events, a 26% increase, which was statistically significant. So to recap where we're at in this whole story, we now have more evidence besides mail, face-to-face surveys, and online. We now have direct post-event surveys that supports the extension-based outreach via meetings and presentations can positively change boater and angler awareness and behaviors. So for behaviors, when combining always to very often, overall actions increased from 53% taking action to 92%, always to very often taking action in the future, which is a 39% increase, what also was statistically significant. So based on these years of data and various types of survey instruments used, I became convinced that boaters and anglers cannot take appropriate actions to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. Our challenge is to keep the messages in front of them and refresh those messages to keep them current. So now let's step away from the survey results to take a look at Minnesota from a broader context to visit some of the whys and hows we have been observing these results and trends. First is leadership. Nationally, Minnesota led the first comprehensive program in the early 90s with a focus on policy, public outreach, watercraft inspection, and recently decontamination, enforcement, early detection, and risk assessment. Minnesota Outreach has shifted early into a more engagement strategic approach using consistent and simple messaging. And today we're the only state nationally that provides local AIS prevention aid funding that creates a statewide network of local AIS prevention programs. We have 83 of our 87 counties that receive $10 million annually for local AIS prevention aid programs. So turning back to outreach with evaluation. So this graph represents the outcomes of all the surveys that I've highlighted today. Looking back at this trend and the data that I've collected and compared shows that Minnesota boaters and anglers not only are observing a high increase in awareness and prevention, but we've observed a consistent increase, 97% reported behavior change, which is an increase of 27% since 1994. So I challenge you, can you identify any other behavior change program with this level of results? You know, think conservation, seat belts, littering, recycling, energy conservation, residential water use. None of those compare even close to what Minnesota has achieved in terms of environmental and conservation oriented, as being one of the more conservation oriented states in the nation. So our number one challenge is to keep Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers clean, dry prevention messages relevant here and across the nation. Let's see. Yep, that was number two. Let's go forward. Number three. Thought I missed a slide there. So reason three is because we have the data and research. So at this intersection of resources and risk, Minnesota should have been the perfect storm for the spread of aquatic invasive species, but that hasn't happened. Prevention is working despite the risk. We have 822,000 registered boaters. We are third in the nation behind California and Florida and Minnesota and Wisconsin is just behind us in registered boaters. We have 1.4 million licensed anglers. We have 33 million tourists, and 36% of them fish. We have 11,842 lakes and 8,100 fishable rivers, and we have over 2,200 public accesses and thousands of private accesses. So nationally, Minnesota is the first and only state that can claim that we're curbing the spread. Since 2015, awareness and behaviors are very high. Reported compliance and actual compliance, over 95% compliance statewide, which is the highest nationally. And since 2015, watercraft inspection data indicate that most people, 95% or more, are following AIS prevention laws, which is also the highest nationally. And recent analysis by the Minnesota Aquatic Species Research Center, MASERC, and also Cass County AIS program indicate the rate of spread in AIS has slowed in Minnesota over the past decade, and we're the only state that can claim that. So now let's turn our attention to four recent studies, three by MASERC and another by Cass County program that provide further validation that prevention is working in Minnesota. Excuse me for a second. So the first study is by Dr. Alice Badges from MASERC. By the way, these studies are publicly available in fact sheets on the MASERC website. So the question Dr. Badges first asked, have these investments paid off? Evidence suggests that it has. The graph shown here track the number of new confirmed invasions each year for 10 AIS listed by the Minnesota DNR from 1985 to 2024, which are shown as gray lines. The purple arrows indicate the pre-2015 trends, while the green arrows show post-2015 trends. Overall, these graphs show that the rate of new AIS infestations have declined significantly since 2015. For brittle naiad, zebra mussel, Eurasian water milfoil, three high-priority AIS all show significantly lower rates of new infestations since 2015. For starry stonewort, it's the only AIS that increased in rate of new infestations since 2015, but it was only detected for the first time in the state in 2015, so it might reasonably expect that the species spread is lagging a little bit behind. Dr. Badges and his team asked the second question, and that is Minnesota anywhere near saturated with aquatic invasive species? Minnesota would be considered fully saturated if if every invadable lake was infested with every AIS. Thankfully, Minnesota appears to be far from the worst case scenario. The graph shown here is that the state's AIS saturation level over time from 1985 to 2024 under various assumptions. His team asked, how many Minnesota lakes are theoretically suitable for AIS invasion on average? Is it 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%? Well, they determined that it's likely somewhere in the middle, with the three values being the most plausible. They also asked what fraction of the invasions that have happened already have we detected so far? Is it 1,000? Is it 100? Is it 50? Or is it 20%? They found that under 11 of these 15 combinations of assumption, it turns out that Minnesota is under 10% saturated with aquatic invasive species. And in 14 out of 15, it is less than 25% saturated. This suggests that the most potential invasions haven't happened yet. Yet spread prevention remains a critical prevention and substantial to additional damage to our lake communities. So we know that the rates of new AIS invasion have been declining, and we know that the potential harm from AIS remains great. But Dr. Badges asked a third question. How many invasions did our AIS prevention efforts prevent so far? While we don't have time to go into the details of this, and modeling is not my area of expertise, we'll just look and based on faith at the results that is based on 250 simulation models for each species, plus a combination of conditions that they based on a default versus no intervention scenario. So what Dr. Badges and his team found was for zebra mussels with known interventions removed, the model suggests that about 70 more new invasions on average would have occurred, which represents about a 20% increase over the actual number over the last 10 years. For starry stonewort, Without intervention, the model suggests about 15 more new invasions on average would have occurred, a 33% increase over the last 10 years. Although we can't exactly know how many aquatic invasive species invasions were prevented, simulation modeling strongly suggests that Minnesota's prevention efforts over the last decade have prevented many new infestations, thus protecting Minnesota lake communities. In a second assessment, Dr. Amy Kinsley calculated the reproductive number, or R, which can be used to measure how many people on average one individual could spread aquatic invasive species. So a little bit about R. If R is greater than 1, the invasive species is spreading, and each infested lake contributes more than one new infestation. If R is equal to 1, the rate is stable with each infested lake, leading to roughly one new infestation. And if R is less than 1, the spread is declining, indicating that prevention and management efforts may successfully limit new infestations. So Dr. Kinley's team analysis showed that there was a marked decline in the rate of spread following the introduction of local AIS prevention aid funding, underscoring the importance of sustained prevention efforts and local AIS efforts in AIS prevention and management success. Before the funding, the rate of new infestations in Minnesota was rising. However, after the program's initiation, the rate dropped, and in recent years, R has fallen below the critical threshold of R level 1. While new infestations still occur, the pace at which AIS spread has slowed. Dr. Kinsley asked a second question: has local AIS prevention aids slowed the spread of aquatic invasive species? Remarkably, the results shown here are consistent when considering species-specific infestations, including zebra mussels, which are shown on the left, and Eurasian water milfoil that are shown on the right. In a third assessment that was conducted by Dr. Jake Walsh, he asked, have we flattened the curve for the rate of spread of AIS infestations in Minnesota? The top panel shows observed new infestations for all AIS in Minnesota, which are shown by the blue points. And the bottom panel shows the derivative, for example, the acceleration or the change in the rate of new infestations over time. And the vertical line in 2015 shows how these changes are concurrent with the implementation of local AIS prevention aid funds used to establish and maintain county AIS prevention programs. And finally, a fourth analysis looking at the rate of spread in Minnesota was conducted by Steve Henry, Cass County AIS program. And Steve took the 2025 Minnesota DNR's infested waters list, stripped out the infested waters data for those connected to other water bodies to provide an analysis that really looked through just a prevention lens. And he found very similar results to those of the three previous Mazur studies that are presented here, and that is the rate of AIS spread in Minnesota has slowed since 2015. So together, these results really show that the $10 million in local AIS prevention aid is a sound investment for development and implementation of local prevention programs. And these programs are also leveraging significant local public and private funding, as well as those from across the state. Last year, over $1.1 million was leveraged in terms of public and private funds in addition to that $10 million. As an example of this, Carver County receives about $140,000 in state AIS prevention aid funding, but leveraged and raised an additional $167,000 through support from county levy, 2 watersheds, and 1 city and lake association support. So leveraging additional support is common across the state. This is just one example. So as I mentioned in my opening comments, overall it takes a village, and successes have been based upon very effective statewide and local partners by DNR, counties, Mazur, federal agencies, tribes, lake associations, advocacy groups, and people who enjoy Minnesota water resources. And clearly, Minnesota have been shown to really love our lakes. So in conclusion, AIS prevention is possible. Three elements that have contributed to prevention successes include leadership, outreach and evaluation, and data and research. Since 2015, DNR watercraft inspectors observed over 95% compliance at water accesses. Many county inspection programs are reporting over 98 to 99% compliance. The proof is in the pudding. Only 9% of Minnesota water bodies are listed as infested with aquatic invasive species, which has only slightly changed over the last decade. A very high proportion of Minnesotan boaters, anglers, over 95%, are motivated to take action to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. And based on the four studies over the past 10 years, the rate of aquatic invasive species has spread and slowed. And so statewide and local collaboration and partnerships have been key in these successes. And lastly, local prevention aid funding is a wise investment to protect our lakes and communities that depend upon healthy waters for recreation economies and also for jobs. So it really serves as a model for other states to implement at a local level. I'd just like to close to remind folks that we do have an upcoming conference. The Upper Midwest Invasive Species Conference will be held in La Crosse, Wisconsin, October 6th through the 8th. Call for abstracts is open until April 15th. Registration will be open in mid-May. I'm a co-chair for the conference, so if you have any questions about the conference, please do reach out to me.
Thanks so much, Doug. That gave us a really great perspective on aquatic invasive species prevention efforts in Minnesota and, some clear documentation of their effectiveness. We are at time, and I want to try to keep us more or less on schedule today. There are a couple questions in the chat for you if you have a moment to respond to some of those. I'm sure the askers would be very much appreciative. We've got a couple from Gary Fish and one from Stephen Smith that I see kind of asking about funding, who's doing some of the work and kind of like what would happen if there wasn't state support. So thanks for your presentation. We're going to transition now to Mike Littman, who's joining us from the Loudon Invasive Removal Alliance, where he's the president, to talk about roots of change when citizens and county government grow solutions together. So thanks for joining us today, Mike.
Great. Thank you, Jenica. Are you seeing it okay? I want to make sure the
It looks great.
Okay, super, super. Well, first of all, I agree with Bethany in the chat. I wish my background was as cool as Doug's. So I'm going to work on that in the future, Doug. Thanks for creating that pressure. And by the way, very inspiring presentation on public awareness. That was fantastic. A little bit about me. I'm located here in Northern Virginia. I'm the president of a fairly new organization called the Loudon Invasive Removal Alliance. And, I've interacted with NASMA and various prisms, but this is my first interaction with RISC. So thank you, Jenica, for inviting me out. And I'm really looking forward to sharing a story that happened here in Loudoun County. So first of all, Loudoun County, for those who don't know, we're in Northern Virginia. It's a really interesting place. We are considered the Napa Valley of the East Coast. We have 50 plus wineries. And conspicuously, we're also known as Data Center Alley. We have the highest concentration of data centers in the world in our area, and that's a point of contention. So it's a fascinating county, wealthiest county in the country. It was one of the fastest growing for several years. It's also a purple county. When I moved here, we were red. We're more blue, but kind of seesaws back and forth. So it's certainly a county of interest. So who is LIRA? Again, we are the Loudon Invasive Removal Alliance. We are a unique alliance. I mentioned we're the fastest growing county. So there's a lot of HOAs in our county. It makes up 2/3 of the population. We're an alliance of 86 HOAs and communities who represent over half the population, about 230,000 residents. We formed for the purpose of partnering with our local government to create public awareness of the invasive species issue, specifically plants. And I'll get to the punchline right away. It led to the largest invasive plant grant program by a county government of $4.4 million over the past couple of years. It's actually more than most states at this point. So how did it get going? How did this grassroots movement begin? It started with members of landscaping committees, 6 Loudoun County HOAs, comprised of primarily former and active Loudoun County master gardeners that would share best practices on a quarterly basis. And in March of 23, we all were struggling with this new problem, this invasive plant issue. Again, HOAs make up most of Loudoun County because we were growing so quickly as far as the population. And not surprisingly, most of the plants being put in by the developers, and I'll call it innocently at the time, it was the 90s and early 2000s, were invasive plants, or non-native for sure, but invasive plants like burning bush, Japanese barberry, Bradford pears, nandinas. And why, I think a lot of us know, but in case as a reminder, they're pretty, they grow quickly, and they're cheap. So it made a lot of sense why these invasive plants were everywhere. And it's something that was never accounted for in the HOAs, in our budgets and so forth. So the idea came about to partner with the county to take on this issue. And we started with board members voting to join an alliance, which ultimately became LIRA. And why HOAs? Well, we have an accountability structure with a board that's elected, just like our board of supervisors. And we also represented such a large, we could get to such a large percentage of the population so quickly. By voting as board members, we were now representing our constituents with our communities, and we could combine with other communities. So as to the government partnership, we wanted to make sure we had enough folks represented, and we approached the county board in October of 23. Once we had over 100,000, our goal was 100,000 constituents represented. We actually almost had 200,000. It grew like wildfire. And we presented not just as HOA board members, but members that represented the full community. So winery owners, farmers, a student who fought invasive plants at his high school, environmental organizations. And our message thus was clearly not just about the environment and the impact of invasive plants to the environment, but it was heavily focused on, how do you bring everybody else into the fold? How do you make this truly a bipartisan issue? And we talked about health and safety. So we talked about Bradford pears coming down every storm. We talked about the Japanese barberries not only attracting ticks, but ones with Lyme disease. We talked about nandinas and putting out berries that can poison your pets if they eat too many of them, and the wildfires that were caused by non-native grasslands like stiltgrass. And very importantly, we talked about our rural economy. So the spotted lanternfly, we're not just about plants, and that spotted lanternfly has been a wonderful Trojan horse into the world of plants since it loves the tree of heaven and comes here because of that. But the rural economy, ours, I mentioned earlier, Napa Valley of the East Coast, and I know California is very worried about this bug. But it really goes after the tree of heaven. It loves grapevines, and it has a huge impact on our rural economy as well as our orchards and so forth. So all of those elements are what we presented to the board, and they were keenly interested. We've kept them engaged through volunteer events that they've participated in. I'll talk about a couple here in a minute. We email them about things that are going on within our communities, letters of support from other organizations for what we're doing. And PR opportunities. So, this is a very progressive board, forward thinking, bold, great leadership. That's Mike Turner, who is a 24-year colonel or veteran of the Air Force as a colonel. That's Phyllis Randall, the first African American to be put in charge of a county in Virginia history. She's one of the best speakers I've ever met. That's her joining me on a piece with PBS in Virginia on what was to become this grant program. It was in the early days. So anyway, it's a fantastic board, and we were fortunate. And we started from the very beginning, making sure it was a bipartisan, what's called a board member initiative. This idea between a Democrat and a Republican supporting this initiative. And what came about was literally 2 months after we presented, the board unanimously passed a motion for $250,000 to design a countywide invasive plant grant program. And the idea was that private communities and landowners would apply for funds, so on private land, I should say, would apply for funds to remove invasive plants and revegetate native plants. Accordingly, in exchange for creating public awareness of the invasive plant issue. Um, Only a few months later, I'm sorry, not a few months later, more like almost a year later, as that design was being completed by a contractor, the board unanimously supported a $150,000 pilot program to kind of test drive and inform that ultimately what would be the countywide program. Just a few months later, they approved because they liked what they saw with that pilot program a lot. Six communities demonstrated what could be done with those kind of funds. They approved unanimously. Again, it's always been unanimous, which is wonderful. A $2 million countywide program. And just a year later, 2 months ago, they re-upped another 2 million into that countywide program because the funds went quickly in round one. So it was pretty exciting to see that 15 months from for the first time learning about these invasive plants. And by the way, in that very first presentation in October 23, two memorable comments from supervisors were, one brought up a picture of a Bradford pear and thought, how could a tree this pretty be bad? And another one just talked about the irony of something being called the tree of heaven. Someone referred to it as the tree of hell. So it was brand new to them, just like it's brand new to so many people. This is a public awareness campaign in the end. So let me talk about, and I'll talk about that in a second. The grant, what is the grant program? How does it work? It's administered by our Soil and Water District here, the Loudoun County Soil and Water District, which is overseen by Loudoun County, the government's Department of General Services. Plants, in order to qualify for the grant, must be on the Virginia invasive plant list, which is maintained by our Department of Conservation and Recreation. There's 103 plants on that list today. It's only for private land. I mentioned that. Communities, faith-based organizations, wineries, farms, private landowners, and individual can participate as well. The grants are for 3 years. They cover removal, revegetation, permitting, and signage. All of that are covered by the grant. The grants are for up to $50,000 per applicant. There is no cost share involved. Part of the reason for that no cost share is we don't believe a lot of people would do it if there was a cost share because it is so new. I believe in Virginia, maybe 1 in 20 people know what an invasive plant is. Our goal is in 5 years to get this to 10 and 20, which creates real change. So public awareness is critical in exchange for getting and receiving the grant. I mentioned signage. That's a key element, putting in signage after the project's done, communicating via email and other means to your residents, and so on and so on, bringing in the media, whatever it takes to demonstrate that you're going to create public awareness. The grant cycles run every 2 months, and it was launched only 6 months ago, this program. So it truly is very new. An example, I'll talk about my own community. I sit on a board of an HOA for Ashburn Village. We have 17,000 residents in our community. Our project is around a lake. It's called Pavilion Lake, one of 7 lakes in our community. Unlike Minnesota, our lakes are man-made, most of them. We have, fun fact, 2 natural lakes in all of Virginia. So yes, our lakes are man-made, total non sequitur. This lake has a 1.25 mile perimeter of which 10,000 unique residents go, or people go around each year, more than 10,000. And we have 24 plants on the invasive list on our lake, including the EDRR Ravenna grass, as well as purple loosestrife, yellow flag iris, and others. We did receive the full $50,000 amount in the second cycle. We're using that primarily for tree removal. We took down our Bradford pears and our white mulberries. We're using foliar spray through a specialized contractor in the area to deal with the trickier plants that volunteers can't get to. Most of the work is actually going to be done by volunteers. We can't spend our way out of this problem called invasive plants, as you all know. So we have trained a volunteer, and that's really the intent of these grants, by the way. It's to get the ball rolling, to create awareness, and then to get residents involved and individuals involved. So residents and individuals, they're not going to do foliar. We don't want them doing foliar spray, but they are doing cut stump on all kinds of plants. They're doing manual hand pulling, and even hack and squirt on trees where appropriate. Our goal is to become the first invasive-free lake in Loudoun. And how are we going to create public awareness? We're putting 3 signs around the lake talking about invasive plants and native plants that are going to replace them. We send community updates to our residents. I mentioned the NPR piece, PBS piece that I did with Chair Randall. There's been other coverage of what we're doing here in Ashburn Village. And anyway, that's a good example of what we hope to see from these grants. But the end game, like I said, you can't spend your way out of this. The hope is to get from 1 in 20 residents to 10 in 20 in Loudoun County and out beyond Loudoun County when 5 years into this grant program, hopefully, and with an end game of consumers not purchasing these invasive plants. 55 of the 103 are sold today in big box stores in Loudoun and Virginia, as well as most nurseries. Retailers will then stop selling them. We're also working on legislation at the state level to do things to prevent that. And there's some good legislation coming in 2027. But ultimately, for consumers to take matters into their own hands in their own backyards. Once I became alert to the issue, I started removing them in my backyard and my woods. Others will do the same. Again, you can't spend your way out of this. There's not enough money in the U.S. Treasury to address this issue. It has to be ultimately people taking matters into their own hands through volunteer efforts, like the one I mentioned at our lake. Here's a number of communities where we've done about 30 of these community events starting in June of 24. This photo was actually in my driveway being led by a PRISM that did the first volunteer training and removal in my community in June of 24. And we've done about 30 since, and they're scheduled just about every month at this point. So beyond the grant, what else have we done with the county government? Sorry, I was just looking at the time, making sure I think I'm on track here. So here's one big event that's actually started this past weekend. It's called Scrape for the Grape. I mentioned the spotted lanternfly, and there's a great program that we did together with Visit Loudoun, our tourism bureau, the wineries, and our extension office. And this year we brought in Loudoun Wildlife Conservancy, which has been an amazing add to the team, where volunteers head to wineries, parks, and HOAs and scrape spotted lantern egg sacs before they hatch. Last year, 800 volunteers went to 19 sites and eliminated 6.5 million spotted lanternflies. Problem is, there's probably a few hundred billion or trillion. This is really a public awareness event to create awareness about the spotted lanternfly, which segues into the tree of heaven, which segues into invasive plants. And it's a great way to get folks introduced to the problems of invasive plants and species. And we get great coverage for this event. This particular event, ABC, NBC, Fox have covered it on the news, and the Washington Post is jumping into the mix this year, which is great. And just as far as these photos, there's folks scraping in the vineyards. There's and the government connection. I mean, they are so supportive of our board. That's Supervisor Glass on the left. That's Supervisor Turner, who you saw earlier on the right, both scraping on the trees. That is not a supervisor in the middle. That's a happy young gentleman who got his spotted lanternfly cookie that's made by a local bakery here. The participants get gratitude from the vineyards after the event. I guess you can imagine what that might be. This past weekend, we had our first scraping event. We're doing it over 3 days this year at 20 sites. And we will have over 1,000 volunteers. We just scraped 3 million plus, or removed 3 million plus spotted lanternflies this past weekend. Another thing that we did with the county government, again, all because of this approaching the government back in 23. There's a bamboo ordinance that controls running bamboo, requires control of running bamboo by residents on private property, that was in place in 3 counties. It was a law that was put in place that localities could enforce if they so chose, municipalities could enforce if they so chose. Back in 2018, 3 counties had taken it up. Loudoun County, as a result of LERA approaching them, took it up in last May, and now that's in place. And last but not least, but incredibly importantly, Loudoun County is also now, they've seen what's happening on private land, and they're leading by example. They've changed laws in their parks and rec They've changed laws on their planning and development divisions, and they're all now requiring natives and preventing planting of invasives on public land. I'm going to wrap up with, what did we find to be the keys to success in bringing citizens together with our county government to be successful and create public awareness and create a movement unlike any we've had in the history of Loudoun County. First and foremost, it was getting the mission right, getting the message right. It needs to impact everyone in an apolitical fashion. So we did focus on making this apolitical from the get-go by making sure that message was not just about the environment. It's about health and safety of residents. It's about our rural economy and the impact to economics in Loudoun. It was about identifying champions and finding the right folks out of the gate, both Republican and Democrat. They were passionate, articulate, and determined as credible leaders. We did focus on critical mass. So before we approached the Board of Supervisors, we wanted to get 100,000 residents. We almost got 200,000 by the time we approached them in October of 23. Follow the breadcrumbs. So Chair Randall put me in touch with the head of the local tourism bureau. And from there, we crafted the concept for Scrape for the Grape, which led to some great public awareness. And again, befriend the local media. I mentioned earlier, Scrape for the Grape has brought in NBC, Fox, ABC, and the Washington Post this year. No better way to spread the word. And I guess I'll close by, if you have any questions or want to reach out to me, my email is on the screen there. You can read about us at loudoninvasives.com. Yes, that says .com. Squatter got .org. We are going to own .org sometime here in the near future. Please don't tell them, or they'll raise the price on us. And then you can also check us out on Facebook and just plug in Loudoun Invasive and you'll find our Facebook page. So thank you, Jenica.
So much, Mike. That was great. We have a handful of questions, but time for probably one. So I'm going to go to one of the questions that Gary Fish asked, which was basically, it sounds like your counties in Virginia are very well funded, and that sort of underpins the success of what you've been talking about. And so is that impression true? And then I guess, how might we think about applying some of the principles that you've shared in places where that funding isn't as available?
That's 100% and spot on. I'm sure the person didn't notice that we are the wealthiest county in the nation. And it's interesting, so neighboring counties are trying to replicate what we did, like Fairfax. They are now FIRA, the Fairfax Invasive Removal Alliance. And they did run into that, even though they're a well-off county, they didn't have that opportunity. So they have taken the initiative to go to create state law that we have service districts in our counties where a tax can be applied. And historically, in the state of Virginia, that service district covers landscaping, pest management, other things like that. There is a law that, knock on wood, has made it through our Congress in the current General Assembly that would now add invasive plants and allow counties to now create a very small tax as part of their service district, which now would make this kind of program available to any county in Virginia.
Great. Well, thanks for that. I will mention there are some other questions in the chat. If you're able to hang out for a few minutes and answer some of those, that would be appreciated, but also understand if you've got other obligations. So thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jenica.
And so with that, we're going to transition to the final speaker of our session, who is somebody that you will already be familiar with. It's Shika Singh, who's one of the symposium planners and Northeast Risk Leadership Team members, but also coordinator and biologist with the JLW SYSMA. And Shika is going to share with us Fellowship of the Fields, creating partnerships to address invasive species needs. So thanks, Shika. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for introducing me, and I'm really excited to be here. I'll try to get us back on track for time, but yeah, let's get started. So just to briefly introduce our organization, we are in Michigan, and We utilize a lot of partnerships and, through a lot of common experiences. We're summarizing some of those experiences to give a talk to you today. The roadmap is just talking about why partnerships are important, how to build them, maintain them, and how we can help them out. And like I said, we are in Michigan, and you can kind of see in the bottom, I cover 3 counties. I am housed at the Jackson County Conservation District. I am their biologist, but I do service multiple counties, and that does create some challenges, as we'll discuss later on in the presentation. So, we're here because we want to build partnerships, and we have recognized that partnerships are important in dealing and tackling with invasive species. And so, especially if you're a new organization, I think one of the first things you can do is look for mentor organizations that can kind of help you, build some of your goals and help you get started. And having someone who can help you answer questions and deal with some of these challenges that may arise going forward. Utilizing their experience and their network. And first of all, it's important to identify those with common interests. And how do you do that? You can attend a lot of meetings, serve on boards, volunteer, leverage these networks. Do your research into like who is doing the work you want to do and who is getting the results that you want to see. And I think it's important to also utilize the snowball method, which I refer to as, you interview, you talk to people, and then they may recommend who you talk to next. And so you're really utilizing a snowball approach, a small snowball, and hopefully you'll end up with a snowman at the end of your efforts. It's also important to be very clear on the purpose of the partnerships. I know sometimes we just say, oh, I just want to address and deal with invasive species. But what exactly are you trying to do with invasive species? So being really clear on the partnership purpose, planning, is it something that you just need help planning an event? Is this like a one specific grant project we've talked about? Some of our other presenters have talked about, or whether it's just brainstorming, as we talked about. Carrie Lynn mentioned that, we had brainstorming sessions to kind of see what was needed and what will inform the needs of the future. So, what is the purpose? And then clarity of participation is extremely important because once you get people in a room, people's times are limited. They're being pulled in different areas. And so you really want to, out of respect for their time, make sure that they know why they're there, what their role is, what the function is, and also being clear about funding, because if people are going to come and attend, is there funding in a grant from somewhere to coordinate this partnership? Who's going to be in charge of it? So, who's going to be in charge of it? What are some of the responsibilities? Is there a reimbursement that people are driving from multiple cities far away? Is there mileage? Are people going to be reimbursed for their lunch or things of that nature? And so being clear as to what those are and incorporating some of these into grants that you may be applying for to start some of these partnerships. And then another thing for building partnerships is really keeping steady momentum. A lot of partnerships, they start strong, people have a lot of interest, and then you can kind of see that they slowly fizzle out over time because there's not a lot of stuff going on in the meantime. And that may be true, writing grants and maybe doing some of the behind the scenes partnerships, but trying to find a way to kind of keep the momentum, keep people aware of what's going on, even if it is some of the boring stuff. And just because people are not seeing things or being asked to do anything, I think it's really important to kind of keep people engaged in some way, shape, or form, whether it's an email, a letter, and so on. And this transparency kind of goes along with some of the roles that I mentioned before. Be clear on why you are interested. Is it something that you're interested mainly in your own land that you're stewarding? Is this a partnership that you want that's going to help the region. So state your goals and your objectives. And it's really helpful that you have a strategic management plan or some sort of plan that you can pull from and highlight and share with some of these potential partners. So whether it's something that shows your goals and your decision-making process, that would be important. Who's making the decisions? How does it get made? Who are the partners? Who is invited? And part of the plan is to also consider other aspects instead of just the environmental value that we are most often interested in. Even considering economic issues and social issues, because invasive species is quite often more than just an environmental issue. And so having some of those issues incorporated into that plan and into the decision-making process could be helpful and draw people in, making those links of, how invasive species can impact social issues, economic issues. And I just wanted to kind of highlight, a really cool quote that I read. This is by Lisa Jackson, who is the 12th EPA administrator. Environmental challenges do have the power to deny equality of opportunity and hold back the process of communities. So just kind of taking that and incorporating that into some of the work that we do when we're looking at invasive species. Something that has been really drilled into me since the start of my career is when you are building partnerships, really strive to involve people early in the process when possible. And what I mean by this is, talk to people, have those important meetings at those snowball aspects, get people involved, ask people, because quite often we get situations where people are just, they feel like they're just rubber stamped in. It's like they get brought in, they don't really have a chance to participate, they don't have the time to impart some of their knowledge or questions or concerns. And then they're just like rubber stamped, they sign in, and then whoever is organizing the partnership is like, yeah, we got everybody, we're good to go. Everybody was listened to. And this is also important because diverse partnerships can be very difficult. It can be hard to maintain. And this slide kind of shows what we kind of strive for, what's ideal, and sometimes what we usually end up with. And why can organizing and having a partnership be diverse, be difficult? One is the capacity. I mean, you have limited number of organizations in an area. Are they being pulled in multiple different ways? And are there organizations that actually address or have invasive species as a part of their goals and objectives? Also, it's important to acknowledge the historical experiences that some of these organizations may have had with each other, with you. Some of them could be good, some of them could be bad. Change in leadership. And so even if you had a negative experience, previously, it's always worth reaching out, being positive, and trying to, engage some of these local groups back in. It's always a good time to start afresh and create something positive. And we all recognize, partnerships, like there's so many benefits from having a diverse partnership. You have a lot of insight, you have experience, and a lot of context. What has been done, what hasn't been done, what's been tried, and the experience. And people come in with different experiences. You may have people with legal experiences. You may have people with actual on the ground management experience. Of all those people coming together, policymakers, it can create really rich and diverse experiences. And so if you look at this picture here, quite often we end up with historically, uniform groups. And then sometimes you end up with like, the uniform group with a tangent, token appearance. And then we really want to strive to really get diversity in our partnership and have it being meaningful interactions. So now that you've found your partners, how do you keep them? And I think it's important to have a lot of ample opportunities to provide input, give people ways to write or record and share their input and their opportunities. Have those clear and transparent communication methods, revisit goals, adjust. Are people still feeling comfortable with the direction that you're going in? And then have like two-way participation. However, some partners may want to just be passive, like we want to be here, we want to be invited, but we don't really have a lot to say at this time, but we just want to be clued in. And that's okay. Just make sure that people are being, invited and included as needed. And also, some of these community pull events, I know people say, hey, Shika, what do these garlic mustard pulls actually do? It doesn't really do anything. But some of these events have actually shown that it brings the community together. And, brings people to the table. People can see what some of the benefits of working together. And, you also network. These are also great networking opportunities. Some considerations, though, if you are going to have some of these public events or you're going to bring in volunteers in different partnerships, just be considerate and consider that you might need background checks if you're working with youth. Sensitive files may be involved, so only staff or official people are in the office or handling data, money, etc. And we are employing professionalism because when you're doing something in the public face, you want to make sure that when they see you working and volunteering, that you're not on your phone or you're not like painting your nails at a table and so on. Random family, friends, just chit-chatting. You want to show that, hey, we are doing some good work and we are serious about it and we are professional. And when we are creating some of these opportunities, making sure that these participation opportunities are inclusive. We want everyone to participate where possible, whereas sometimes we host events and we only do things that everyone's allowed to participate, but not everyone actually can. And then we kind of talked about some of these as being adaptable when possible, trying to directly or indirectly address partner needs. That's probably why they're there. Be constantly on the lookout for different grants. Contact, your mentor organizations, policymakers to see what's available. And this is actually, the last one is kind of important, assigning appropriate credit and logo. People will want to come back and help and work and partner with you when they feel that they are, appreciated, they're being assigned, credit, and also making sure that we're using good quality updated materials for those acknowledgments. A lot of times people are working and they need that credit to show to their supervisors or to leverage other organizations to say, hey, we're doing this good stuff. And so our activities matter. So assigning credit is really important. Sometimes, there's an opportunity to form internal partnerships. People you work with, people are in the same office, it's in the same division. And a couple things that we have found that are worth reminding folks is, respecting colleague time, is what you're asking them to do part of their official deliverables? What is a defined role? How does it get coded on timesheet? And, trying to walk that balance between, doing all the work, but making sure that you're not in a situation where you're doing all the fun stuff, but none of the actual work that needs to get done is getting done. So walking that balance and creating a boundary. If you don't have capacity, making sure that you're clear about that. So as an organization, some of the challenges that we have faced is a limited capacity. Currently, I'm the only full-time staff who's managing the JLW SYSMA. And so some of the funding and staff is there. When you are trying to form these partnerships, trying to figure out whether a memorandum of understanding is appropriate, an informal letter, or official contract is needed. Each of these have their pros and cons. Some of them may cause people to shy away, that they may not want to sign a contract, but they might be more than happy to send an informal letter saying, hey, we're interested, we love what you do, we want to partner. And so just, kind of figuring out what is important and having experienced people actually create and write some of those MOUs or contracts just to make sure that you have all your bases covered. Another issue that I think a lot of us are dealing with is rotating staff, which kind of impacts the continuity of projects and also makes it hard to create some of that diversity. So trying to find ways to kind of keep that staff together, just to kind of make that continuity happen. And then also trying to figure out, personality, ego, working with people to make sure that everyone's happy. Other challenges, really quickly, we have a short field season. Some of those are, because of air quality, we're seeing a little bit more poor air quality, so we can't get out there as much. And when those days are canceled, those work days are canceled, sometimes they can't be rescheduled because people are so strictly, they have their timelines and they have other things in place. Paperwork and management could be an issue. So making sure that all the forms are easy, reimbursements easy and quick. You're factoring in, benefits, fringe, and all that kind of stuff. And then, going from concepts to goals, actually going from the start of a project, getting excited, and then actually moving to getting the work done and getting results. That could be challenging. And, I talked about some of the things that you can do to kind of keep that going. And then finally, invasive species is not a priority for some, some, if they have other events that are going on, maybe there's some social issues, food, rent, that people are more concerned about. So trying to be respectful of those challenges as well. And so when you do have events, promote what you do, celebrate your successes, hype yourself up on social media. That can bring more people to the table, build these networks, and then, you can share your year-end report. So that way you get people reading about your successes and people want to join in and share in some of those successes themselves. So when we have people approach us, some of the things that we suggest is, do your research before, talking to us or an organization like us. Unfortunately, we can't say yes to everything, due to funding and capacity. And so we ourselves have limited capacity. And so will our efforts, contribute to your success? Will our effort, make a meaningful a dent in what you're trying to achieve? And then being clear in what the partnership will look like now, in about 3 years, 5 years, and does what we do complement your goals and objectives? We're also looking for people to attend our partner meetings. We're looking for people who have shown a commitment to what we do. And, we are often planning, months out, how we can stretch our funding. And so quite often we get a lot of people reaching out to us, as soon as a grant has been released, and it's like, we don't know who you are. We don't have any experience working with you. So it's also kind of risky for us to, create this grant, especially if we're not sure if you have the capacity and the financial ability to manage a grant with us. So we do a partnership approach to a variety of things, and I'll kind of highlight some examples. We work with our county parks to manage stiltgrass. They own the land, and we are able to help with some of the stiltgrass infestation. I know that was talked about in the chat. This is a really cool area. It had stiltgrass, and we were able to write a grant and, help fund some of the management strategies that were going on in that area. And, we're seeing, really great results. And that actually resulted in one of their staff members joining our steering committee. So, good work leads to great collaboration and good partnerships. And that partnership looked like, us creating letters and mailing stuff and doing joint trainings, mailings, and so writing grants to kind of get treatments. And so we really did work well together. And then we also were able to work with the DNR because they owned the land adjacent to it. So we were able to bring in other partners to increase capacity in this area. Another cool group, the Jackson Audubon, they have some land and they've, wanted to get some work done. But this is a really cool group because they have been doing a lot of work on their own, reaching out to different groups, and they've partnered with a variety of organizations. So when they reached out to us, they were serious about what they're doing. They had a plan in place. They were leveraging their partnerships, and we were like, yeah. So our limited amount of work that we did, it really did help contribute, and it was a really cool partnership. And we did a lot of hand pulls and organizing pulls like that. And then we also worked with other organizations like the Nature Conservancy and Master Gardener. That's another cool group. We, took the lead on organizing and getting the promotions out. TNC had the land, and the Master Gardeners benefited because their members got hours and experience that they needed. So I know I talked a lot, and there's a lot of ideas. Some of it was, it's obvious. Some of it you may not have thought about before, but it really does take a lot of thought and effort to create and build these partnerships. And I'm hoping that some of the suggestions and things that I mentioned are helpful for some of you all. So with that, I don't know if I have any questions or time for questions, but I can do that right now.
Thank you, Shika. We are a bit over time. So what I'm going to suggest is take a quick look at the chat. I didn't see too many like direct questions, but certainly some appreciation for the content that you've shared during this presentation. I want to make sure that we do leave all of our participants today a little bit of time to grab lunch. So I'm going to transition us to that lunch break now. I'm going to share a slide while we're away. So you're welcome to stay logged on to the meeting while you step away from your computer. I would love it if you would participate in our lunchtime poll. So there's a QR code on the screen that you could scan with your phone, or one of my colleagues, or I can do it once we go on break. We'll add the link to the chat where you could just click over. We'll definitely share those poll results with all of you. If not later today, certainly tomorrow. Might leave it open for a little while since our lunch break is a little bit shorter than we thought it might be. So with that, thank you everybody for attending the morning session. And we will see you back here at 1 p.m. For an afternoon of talking about managing invasive species with climate change. So we have a panel discussion, and then some talks that are focused on preventative approaches, or in some cases, restorative approaches to invasive species management and climate change. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody, and thank you to all of our morning speakers. All right, it's 1 o'clock. So welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Northeast RISC Symposium. Hope you had an enjoyable, albeit quick, lunch break. If you haven't had a chance to fill out the poll that we put up during the lunch break, I'm going to leave that open throughout the afternoon. So feel free to pop in there. We'll make sure to put the link in the chat again so that you can click into it, even though we won't have the QR code. I'm just going to do a brief screen share so we can go over the afternoon schedule. So here we are coming back together for the next few minutes. Then we're going to have a discussion session with a handful of panelists on managing invasives in a changing climate, getting some different perspectives on that. We'll take a short break after that panel session, and then we'll end the day with a shorter presentation session focused on prevention approaches. And then we'll wrap up the day with some closing remarks and a reminder of what comes next tomorrow. So let me go ahead and stop my sharing. And we don't have a lot of information to share with you during this welcome back. Really, it's just a little bit of time to make sure that we're all getting logged back on here. We don't have folks in the waiting room, so I think we're going to go ahead with our panel conversation. Let me just get the appropriate screen open. So, like I said, we are having discussions on managing invasives in a changing climate. We have 3 panelists with us today. Each of these panelists will provide a short presentation that is an overview of their perspective that they're bringing to this conversation. And we've reserved half of the session, if not more, for a panel discussion and a Q&A around questions that you all might have in response to the presentations that our panelists bring. So feel free to add questions into the chat throughout the session. Like the morning, we will use the chat to bring questions to our panelists. And also you can use the raise hand function if you'd like to contribute live, either ask a question, or I also want to encourage you if you have a perspective on a question, you are also welcome to share those perspectives either in the chat or live. So just make use of that raised hand function. So our panelists for today, we have Eva Kohlberg, who is a research scientist and coordinator. She's a research scientist with the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center and the coordinator of the Northwest RISC. We have Matt Brinka, who is an invasive species biologist with the New York Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. And we also have Michael Schwarz, who is the Associate Director of the Virginia Seafood Agricultural Research and Extension Center. So we're going to kick off with Eva. So Eva, go ahead and share your screen and take it away.
All right. So thank you, Jenica. And I'll start by just the context that I'm bringing is that I'm currently, as Jenica said, Northwest RISC's coordinator. And so with Northwest RISC, we have Washington, Oregon, Idaho, BC, and the surrounding states and provinces as our main area. That being said, I think there are some similarities in terms of climate and some, if not the same species always, some similar ecosystem types with the Northeast. And we've been able to, I think, see some parallels in terms of, and even like, there have been collaborations between Northeast and Northwest on some focal species like knotweed, etc. But I think what I'm really bringing today and what Jenica had asked me to speak about is that before I started this position, I was with Northeast RISC as a postdoc based at Cornell and the New York Invasive Species Research Institute, where I was working on developing guidelines for climate-smart invasive species management. And so this QR code does take you to those guidelines. I'll make sure those get in the chat as well once I'm done speaking, if one of my colleagues here doesn't do that before I do. But those are going to be I think the bigger basis of what I'll be talking about today. Because these guidelines are really based on a lot of information that we were hearing from folks in the Northeast RISC network. And so this is feedback from invasive species practitioners and decision makers throughout the Northeast, from the Northeast RISC surveys, from research interviews that I conducted, as well as just less formal conversations with folks along the way, and a couple different workshops, one that was in person at the New York Invasive Species Expo and one online as well. And so all of this information was kind of going through and informing what we put forth as these guidelines for what we call climate smart invasive species management. And I realized that climate smart is a term that not everyone loves. So just so you know what I mean by that, and that if you hate the term, just replace it with this meaning of actions that are considering and aiming to address interactive impacts of climate change and invasive species. Because that's really the core of this, is that we're trying to think about what are actions that are not just focused on invasive species, but are also considering that climate layer as well. And within that, I think it's helpful to maybe like break this down and further into the fact that there are definitely specific techniques based on what your management goals are, what your site conditions are now, and what they're predicted to be in the future. And I think I'm not the person to talk to you about those specific techniques because, again, this is like I was synthesizing information from a lot of different people. And you can get those specifics from other speakers in this symposium and throughout the risk networks. But I think what I can provide is a broader perspective on what our general approach is for thinking about and incorporating climate change, both its impacts and then how we adapt to those impacts into invasive species management. And so going back to then what we were calling our guidelines for climate smart invasive species management, those guidelines are also more focused on what are the like overarching, no matter what your site is, what are applicable techniques and approaches or strategies, and what are potential options for helping you decide what then your specific techniques are going to be. And so within that, we have, I think, a couple different layers of where the climate smart component could come in. And so we're looking at strategic planning, thinking about how that can be explicitly and just more generally incorporated into missions, values, and goals, and how that can really set the stage for further action. And how also climate considerations could often be important for just how you're thinking about budgeting and hiring, whether that's on the side of where you're procuring money and where you're allotting staff time, or starting to bleed over into where your schedules and timelines are for that as well, considering that climate change can often be impacting when you want to do something, whether it's these broad scale like creeping of season start dates, or sudden events that just make you have to stop everything in order to adapt. But then we also wanted to delineate some of the other areas where you could be thinking about climate change in your invasive species work. So on the preventative side, again, invasive species management can often already be thinking about prevention, but just bringing in that climate layer of maybe that's determining which species are on your radar. When it comes to treatment and control, again, thinking about how climate change might be impacting the actions that you want to be taking, the efficacy of your treatment options, the feasibility of those treatment options. And then also thinking about what are complementary management skills, knowing that a lot of folks in the invasive management realm are actually not just invasive species managers, but you're trying to restore a site, you're trying to manage the site. And so you're also thinking about just how do I manage disturbance on this site, knowing that that does impact our resilience of our focal species to climate change and their ability to resist invasion. And then we acknowledge that education outreach is also a big component of this, whether that's explicitly in folks' descriptions of their jobs in terms of public outreach and education, or their own, like how are you going about and educating yourself about these issues to ensure that you're as informed as you can be about these very large, complex challenges. And then finally, we wanted to just acknowledge that policy funding and research can be huge issues in terms of policies are prohibitive or clunky, if funding is non-existent or limited, and if research is maybe not quite targeted at what you need it to be targeted at or not accessible. So we want to also outline where that could better help and be changed to help and better enable and facilitate climate smart invasive species management. So with that, I'll stop and pass it over.
Thank you, Eva. And note for everybody, the guidelines, the link to that document is in the chat. So I encourage you to take a look at that too. So Eva's really bringing this big picture perspective of lots of different ways that climate change can be incorporated into invasive species management and habitat management, which transitions us to Matt Brinka, who is going to tell us a little bit about managing habitat in a changing climate through the lens of invasive species. So Matt, take it away.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, everyone. As Jenica said, I'm an invasive species biologist, and I work for the New York Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation. And I'm here to tell you a story about some pain and hope and a path forward with some of our management with an invasive forest pest. And New York State Park, I would be remiss to not talk to you about New York State Parks. We are a place that provides recreation for millions of people, tens of millions of people each year. And we're also a haven for nature. And our work here in state parks is very complicated because our mission is to provide that recreational opportunities in nature, but also to protect it as well. And invasive species and climate change can really impact our ability to do our mission in state parks. And that's why we've taken an approach where we really, for us, we really have to establish a purpose of why we need to do something. We really need to plan and prioritize how we're going to do something, and recognize that we can't do everything. So what is the most important? And then also looking at managing adaptively, because both invasive species and climate change can really throw us for loops. So I'm going to talk about just one of our main purposes in state parks, and this is a shortened presentation, but one of our primary responsibilities that we have is protecting our rare species and natural habitats. And state parks is a haven, like I said, for many species. But this story is going to focus here at Napeague and Hither Hills State Park, which is a park on the South Fork of Long Island. And Hither Hills is ranked second in the state for globally rare elements, and Napeague is seventh, with over 100 species in this location, 100 rare species in this location, calling it its home. And one of the rare ecosystems here is something called the maritime pitch pine woodlands. My screen is actually cut off a little bit from the Zoom bar, but so this is typically a nice wide open dunny woodland system, but it can get very, very overcrowded. And one reason why this place is so special is that there's 5 or fewer locations in the state, and it is also considered globally rare. And where the story starts with pain is the southern pine beetle. And I think a lot of us know about the southern pine beetle. And this is a poster child for climate change. It is native to the eastern US in the south, and it has been markedly moving north as winters have gotten warmer and we've had longer seasons and so on. And these southern pine beetle can go into outbreak stages where it can overwhelm and kill a tree in 2 to 4 months. And they often call this beetle a smokeless wildfire because it can spread very quickly through dense pine stands, and kill thousands of trees in a single year. And at Napeague, this is what happened. We lost hundreds of acres of this rare ecosystem where over 40,000 dead trees were killed in 2 years. And after this, we had to go into an emergency mode. This park is surrounded by communities. This is a fire-dependent ecosystem, and there is a great risk of wildfire, and we had to start preparing for that. So we started to do a lot of different activities to try to not only mitigate wildfire, but to prepare this 500 acres of community for restoration. So we did that through fuel breaks, trail widenings for emergency access. We had to start removing hazard trees along trails so they don't fall on our park visitors. Here is a drone shot of one of our most heavily impacted areas where there's thousands of dead trees. This is only part of that area, but we had to prepare to start disposing of this material. So we've created over 3,000 wood piles at 6 feet high and 6 feet wide in preparation for mass disposal. And we started doing that through pile burning, mass landscape clearing with chipping. And there is this hope, as our park manager down that way took this picture of a lone pitch pine within our landing area, if we call it, where we're staging all the heavy equipment, that this will be the mother tree in sorts of a restoration in the future, where we hope to incorporate prescribed fire and so on to bring this community back into health. To hopefully lead us to something like this, a healthy woodland, pitch pine woodland, where you can see here at a DEC property at David Sarnoff Preserve. But this is a risk resource called Double Trouble, and southern pine beetle is one example of a species that is greatly shifting its range. And it is, while plant, like a single plant species can greatly impact an ecosystem, a southern pine beetle infestation can destroy it. And what has happened at Napeague has really been eye-opening for a lot of us. And we have a lot of concerns. And that's because we have a lot of pitch pine resources in the Hudson Valley. And southern pine beetle hasn't really reached that location yet. It is there in low numbers, and we know it is. But we're afraid of something like Napeague happening again. Because the cleanup and restoration of Napeague will cost millions and millions of dollars. So what we have learned with southern pine beetle in the lens of climate change is that we need to be proactive. So we have actively gone into our Hudson Valley parks and surveyed over 8,000 acres of pitch pine ecosystems to get an idea of its current health and what direction we might need to go in to do preventative management, because one of the best ways to limit the impacts of southern pine beetle is through actually forest management, bringing systems to healthy basal areas, and so on. And one of the crown jewels of the state park system is Minnewaska State Park Preserve. And this is it's not in the Catskills, but it's just south of the Catskills. And there's over 7,500 acres of pitch pine ecosystems here. And it has about 1,700 acres of dwarf pine ridges, which is the only place in the world that this ecosystem is found. And while we believe it is not very susceptible to southern pine beetle, we feel like we need to take a hard look to see what we could potentially do to save this system. So we've done a lot within the past few years to develop ways to assess those systems, do surveys, do drone flights in inaccessible areas to better understand where the communities are, inviting experts in both management and research to provide their opinions on what directions to take. And we are currently looking at different strategies to make these systems more resilient to southern pine beetle. Because, it's going to come with climate change, and we need to start thinking ahead. And that's one thing with climate change is we have to think ahead. And I got to end this quote because I love it, because I think this is why we are all here, because this is the story of our changing planet and what we can do to help it thrive. And I think all of us are thinking about what we can do in the future or what we can do now to help mitigate those impacts in the future. So that's all I have right now.
Thanks for that, Matt. And so what Matt is bringing to this panel, as you just heard, is this perspective of habitat management, sort of on the ground habitat management, how climate change interacts with that, and sort of this balance of thinking about preventative management with what I'll just call reactive management, or managing an existing situation with invasives. Our last panelist in this session is Michael Schwarz, and so I will turn it over to you, Michael. And your slides are still small, but folks, let us know in the chat if you can't read them. We've been trying to figure out how to make them bigger, and it doesn't seem to want to cooperate.
Yeah. Okay, can you see it and can you hear me?
Yes to both.
Fantastic. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to go through a little story here about the invasive Chesapeake Bay blue catfish. It's a fish that grows really fast, really large, gets to over 100 pounds. It grows very quickly, can live up to 25 years. Its diet, as you can see on the bottom right, this is just a gut content picture of all the different things that it's currently eating in the Chesapeake Bay. The upper right picture is just some electroshocking, which is one of the approved methods for harvesting right now. So just a couple of pictures. That's me on the lower left. Just caught a couple weeks ago to eat. So the story is this fish was introduced in the 70s and 80s into the tributaries, the James, Rappahannock, and York rivers that are the main tributaries to the Chesapeake Bay. And what we know about it is it's an apex predator. It's an opportunistic feeder. It eats just about anything and everything that it encounters that fits into its mouth. Particularly of importance is it eats shad and herring and blue crabs and clams and oysters and all the types of seafood that is part of the seafood economy that's harvested for people. Something that's atypical of a typical fish is, which would eat anywhere from maybe 1 to 1.5% body weight per day, is that these guys can eat 8 to 9% body weight per day. And so what that means is that's why they can grow so fast. They prefer fresh water. They're in fresh water in indigenous areas, natural areas, but they've learned to deal with some salt levels in the water, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Note the Chesapeake Bay is bordered by both Virginia and Maryland. In 2023, Maryland declared a state of disaster from the blue catfish because of the damage it was doing to the seafood economies in the Chesapeake Bay. And here we can see just a couple of maps, and they're all kind of old, but if we look at the map on the left, you can see kind of the green range. It is indigenous to Virginia, but it's on the other side of the mountain range. It's in the Fall Range drainage basin for the Mississippi River. And if we look at the orange, it was introduced in those rivers, so it's now in the Chesapeake Bay drainage basin, and it's throughout all the waterways in the Chesapeake. If you just kind of focus to the middle picture with the red X's, those are some recent harvests that I've documented, where you can see now where those X's are towards the mouth of the Chesapeake. That's full strength seawater. So while it's a freshwater fish, it can go into full strength seawater for a certain amount of time, and then it kind of has to go back into the fresh waters. So what we have here is an invasive that's basically gone throughout the Chesapeake Bay water system. There was a publication back in 2011, so probably 09, 010 data, that showed that 75% of the biomass in these rivers of the Chesapeake were blue catfish. So it was already evident then that they have completely taken over the ecosystems. The last biomass assessment was in 2018, where they estimated there's about 500 million pounds of blue catfish in the bay. Some back of the envelope calculations and some discussions I've had with folks, we estimate we're in the 700 million to 1 billion pounds standing biomass in the Chesapeake Bay right now. So under a perfect scenario, which of course you never have, if the water temperature is perfect, the temperature is perfect, and every fish can find everything that it wants to eat, they have the potential of eating up to 60 million pounds of seafood out of the Chesapeake per day. Obviously, there's never a perfect scenario, but needless to say, thousands or millions and millions of pounds of seafood are being consumed out of the Chesapeake daily because of this invasive species. And then now we're going to kind of turn the story a little bit into kind of what we can do with this and kind of also how it ties into climate change. So this fish is very nutritious, very high omega-3 fatty acids. We've run some tests on it. We have a recent publication. It's very close to Atlantic salmon on omega-3 fatty acids, which are the heart healthy. And so what's happening is has the potential to become a high quality seafood. Now, when we look at climate change, a lot of the species in the Chesapeake are struggling with climate change, and a lot of our species are leaving that are traditional fisheries. And this one is doing extremely well under the current climate conditions that we have. And if we take a look here, it's even going into clams and oysters now. On the lower left, we see about a 2-pound catfish, and he apparently found a wild clam bed, and in his stomach and gut contents is about 150 juvenile clams. In the middle picture, we have an 8-pound blue catfish. This was from a seafood processor in Maryland. And in basically one gut content, there's 41 blue crabs up to 4 inches point to point. So they're really big. And they're creating a lot of damage. Quick snapshot here. And again, there could be a climate change component here, but what this is a seafood processor next door that purchases seafood from any local waterman here in the lower Chesapeake Bay. And what we see on the chart, if we look at 2006 all the way to left, of all the fish that they bought from all the watermen in 2006, about 70% were croaker, the orange color. The light blue on top was spot, and then some of the other species. And if you look, the dark blue here is where the Chesapeake Bay blue catfish started showing up because it was eating everything in the rivers and moving into the salt waters, where for the last 3-4 years, 90 to 95% of all this fish being caught by the watermen is only blue catfish. It's really quite a scary scenario, but it's healthy. And the opportunity here now is we're working to harvest our way out of this problem. We're looking to reduce the populations to sustainable level. Again, with climate change, it seems to be the perfect environment here. So it's probably improbable to eradicate, but we think we want to harvest it down to sustainable levels. This fish, because the waterways are kind of connected with the intercoastals, is now also in North Carolina in the intercoastal waters, in South Carolina in the intercoastal waters, and Georgia. So it is equally now going through redfish and spot and drum. And these states and these intercoastal waters are the nurseries for a lot of the mid-Atlantic coastal fisheries, including the white shrimp. So the white shrimp are in our intercoastal waters for part of the life cycle. And again, the blue catfish is eating those as well. And so what we have is, from this threat, we have the opportunity to create a new seafood sector, a new seafood economy, and revitalize struggling mid-Atlantic seafood sectors as we have right now. And then wrapping up, we're working comprehensively on harvesting policy and regulation to build this fishery. We're working on processing and automation because there's serious labor shortages. So we're coming after it with AI, machine learning, and robotics. We're looking at product and byproduct valorization, products, smoked products, canned products, IQF individual quick frozen products for better consumer appeal and shelf stability. looking at byproduct valorization. About 75% of the blue catfish is non-fillet. So there's lots of opportunities to valorize those and spin off new economies. And also looking at marketing and consumer education to move the demand needle. So really the story here is invasive species, very adept to climate change, and it has the potential, if we do everything right, to help maintain and bolster our coastal seafood economies. And I'll stop sharing with that.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. And as you just heard, what Michael is bringing to this conversation is a perspective of a market solution to one of our invasive species problems, and putting some, what I'll just call creative thinking onto the problem that we haven't necessarily seen in a lot of other contexts. So now we're going to go ahead and get all of our panelists on screen. We have a handful of questions. All right, so now it should be the four of us. Thank you all. And so our goal for the remainder of this session is to essentially have a roundtable conversation about some questions that have both come up in the chat and also that we had sort of talked about a little bit ahead of time. And so one of the things actually that came up with respect to soils in the chat, but I think applies to all of the systems that we've been talking about so far, is this idea of trade-offs, right? That there can and maybe will be negative consequences to some of the management decisions that we make. And so I'm just curious if each of you could give me your perspective about how you think about trade-offs, or how you think maybe a productive way to think about trade-offs is in making invasive species management decisions in the context of climate change.
I guess I can go first. For us, a lot of things are in the context of climate change because it's just something that we're going to have to deal with. So it's kind of integrated into the idea of deciding what you're going to do. And there are times where we, and I'm approaching this from a habitat management standpoint. There are times where we decide to actively not manage invasive species because, one, the impact might be worse in the management and something more invasive could be introduced, or the system itself is so degraded for a variety of reasons that the invasive species is providing the only ecosystem function for that system. So there is a park that has a rare cottontail rabbit in it, and it relies on barberry because it's the only shrub cover that we really have, probably because of deer overbrowsing, which is a different topic. But if we were to remove that brush for whatever, or those shrubs all at once or something like that, then that rare species would be impacted. So thinking about that in climate change is you really don't know what you're going to be bringing in. We've had a lot of things come in with management by mistake or so on. So you really need to figure out, do you really need to do it? Because there is always the argument to do it. And if it really falls into your values, you need to have a system in place to mitigate potential damages coming in, whether that is planting natives or so on. This approach is probably better for large scale. I think removing one shrub or a couple of shrubs will probably be fine. But when you're doing some major disturbance, it always begs the question, should we do this now, or is there a better way to approach this?
Okay, yeah, I'll jump in a little bit. Again, probably coming at this from a little different angle, but I think the reason this is perspective is good to share because this is not like the story I just shared with the Chesapeake Bay blue catfish is not unusual. I'm getting a lot of calls now. A lot of our programming is international, and we do some work with State Department as well. And my phone has been blowing up because we're also a seafood quality safety center. I've been getting a lot of calls from areas like Morocco, Tunisia, Italy, the entire Mediterranean, Northwest Africa, where through ballast water, our blue crab from the Chesapeake Bay is now inundating massive tracts of coastal ecosystems. And what it's doing there is decimating all of the bivalve fisheries, clams, oysters, all these different things. So I'm going to kind of couch this into climate change and ecosystems, whether the fish is, or whether the species we're talking about is transplanted, or in many cases, we have fisheries that are moving because of climate change. For example, in the US, we have fish that used to be in the southeast are now in the northeast. Fish that were in central Atlantic are now in North Atlantic. So climate change is bringing species that were traditionally not there, moving into new areas, drastically altering the ecosystem because they weren't there before and they're different. They feed, they have different pathogens, they have different reproductive rates, etc. So I think what I'm seeing from here is, and this is kind of the approach that I'm suggesting that we're taking in Virginia and that I'm kind of promoting in these other areas of the world where climate change is shifting species and patterns and locations. They come with pluses and minuses. And in most of the scenarios I'm dealing with now, we're not in a status, I think similar to what Matt's saying, we're not in a status of eradication. We're not going to eradicate these things. Climate change is giving them new opportunities, new parameters, yet they're coming in and creating a lot of ecological damage and damaging other species. And I think whether all these species are biodiversity based or food based or, in any way, shape, or form, whatever type of life forms these are, the approach we've started taking is assuming they're going to stay and seeing now that they're here and they're doing well with climate change, and we anticipate that they will continue to do better, is find a way to find management harmony between these new invasives, which at some point we probably shouldn't call them invasive anymore. I mean, 50 years, is that now indigenous? I mean, I don't know where that discussion is. But in this case, from a fisheries environment perspective, trying to co-manage to the overall benefit of the ecosystem and the ecosystem services, even with the understanding that that ecosystem is going to change. But what is that new change, right? So that's kind of where I want to leave that discussion, because we know we can't go back. I mean, it's just not going to happen. Climate change affects everything, microbiomes and irrigation and freeze lines and all that. So I think we have an opportunity to look at all this with a new paradigm of going, okay, it is changing. We're going to maybe have different trees. We're going to maybe have different things, but we still have these typical ecosystem services. How can we balance these changes in species yet maintain ecological services and biodiversity? And I think that's the big box that we're all playing in.
Yeah,
I'll hold with
seeing
that.
head nods from Matt. If I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond if you've got some thoughts.
Yeah, I think both Matt and Michael have touched upon in different ways how just values and what your actual goals for your outcomes are going to depend. That's going to change the equation of what choice you're going to make. And I think as Michael brings up, that it's worth maybe reevaluating what your actual end goals are in light of how climate change and invasive species are going to be changing the system. I think that generally having that just moment of taking a breath, a pause and saying, okay, what do we currently want? What do we want 10 years down the line? What do we want 50 years down the line? What do we want 100 years down the line? And in some cases, that still might be you have your priority species that because that's your organization's, like what you were founded on, you have to make sure that that's there. But in other cases, you do have a broader flexibility to be able to say, no, okay, we're going to accept that there's going to be some change to the species composition here, and we're going to do the best of our ability to ensure that there are still some core functions, some core features in this new ecosystem community going forward.
Jenica, can I provide an example?
Please.
So we run a major hemlock management program across the state, where we treat thousands of trees a year, hemlock trees for hemlock woolly adelgid. And hemlocks are you look at some of the pictures of some of the most famous state parks, and they line our gorges, our waterfalls, and they are arguably one of the most important trees for ecosystem services along our riparian corridors and so on. But we know that we cannot manage every single hemlock tree in New York State, at least on state parks. Well, let me just speak for state parks. So we actively try to prioritize where we will treat, and we look to see, to our best guess, will hemlocks be there in the future? So is this area kind of higher elevation and drier? How do the hemlocks look? Are they a main part of the system or the community there? So does it make sense to let these hemlocks decline and die for this particular location, or should we actively try to treat and manage and hope for biocontrols and all these different types of things? And I think the hardest thing for a manager to do is recognize that the fight here is not worth it, but the fight there is. So we know where our hemlocks are the most important. Like Watkins Glen, you look at that picture of Watkins Glen, and the only thing you see is hemlocks. If those hemlocks were to die, it would greatly impact the character of that location. And we have reason to think that they will survive through climate change because of microclimates and so on there. So it's all about prioritization. And really what is most important to you as the manager or the organization.
Yeah, Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to just share again, we have similar comparables here in the Chesapeake. I mean, we know, we have what we call harvest and fed and extractive fisheries. We have in the Chesapeake the services that are provided by menhaden, which are filter feeders, eelgrass, which removes primary nitrogen and phosphorus and provides water quality and habitat. Same thing with the clams and oysters and all the bivalves. They provide nutrient removal. They remove pollutants from the water. They put them into pseudofeces. They put them into the mud. These are all being negatively impacted by climate change. There's new pathogens coming in. They're being negatively impacted by the blue catfish, which we've seen the stomach contents. They're eating all the clams. They're eating all the new oyster strike off the adult oysters. So I think and yet these, the clams, the oysters, the blue catfish, all the others, those are all fishery species, but they're still an ecosystem. So yeah, I think Eva and Matt, Eva, you brought that up well. We really need to keep an eye, we need to pick and choose, right? We're going to have to prioritize some things. We can't fix everything and bring everything back. But I think that's where a lot of the dialogue would need to occur is, with all the changes, which are the species that bring the greatest potential to, doing the environmental services that the ecosystem does. And we're probably at some point going to have to kind of pick and choose a little bit. Are we going to focus on the clam or the oyster or the eelgrass or the menhaden, or kind of diversify the risk, which is more natural, and try to keep them all up and see which battles we win more and which battles we lose more? So our focus and our priorities, I think, will change probably fairly swiftly in a time horizon as climate changes, because we really never know what is the next half a degree or degree going to do, or the next X% change in precipitation. We have a lot of ideas, and the models kind of help. But I think when we look at invasives, ecosystem services, biodiversity management, no matter which environment we're in and what we're dealing with, it is going to remain extremely complex. And probably at some point, the more data we can put into AI models, for example, ecosystem services or what have you, AI is really good at crunching data. And at some point, I think we're going to be leaning more into AI and machine learning to help guide this discussion and go through the myriads of data that we bring in to try to come up with the best management approach for the types of things we're trying to manage, because it's so complicated, it's shifting so fast, we just don't know.
So I'm actually hearing a little bit of tension, actually, I think, between this idea that we want to preventatively or prevent invasive species from establishing, right? Which requires us to have predictions and models of what we think is likely to happen, while also not wanting to be too reactionary, but maybe needing to be reactionary in some cases. And so I'm wondering if all of you could just sort of share your perspectives about how you think about that balance between reactionary management or managing existing invasive species in whatever the current conditions are, balance that with trying to prevent either the establishment of a new population of an invasive species that just hasn't been there before, or preventing a species from establishing, in your state, or, in your water body, or in your geographic area altogether. So just sort of that push and pull of reactionary versus preventative management, and how you think about that issue.
Go ahead, Matt.
It's a good question. I don't think I have an answer fully formed, but both are definitely, I want to say both are definitely important. And often we have a lot of information out there on which species most likely will be very impactful. And most, maybe not most, some states are trying to actively address that by putting species in legislation, or creating systems in place. Like in New York, we have what we call prisms, which are very close to weed management areas, where their sole purpose is to understand the area of the state and which species are encroaching and could cause the greatest impact and so on. But there is an argument to be made that, not every species is not every non-native species will be have these detrimental impacts, and we will have to live with them on the environment. And some of them do provide ecosystem services. They are browsed on, they incorporate in, and so on. So there is this hesitance in myself to manage everything as a reaction. But even I try to lean towards creating healthy habitats. There's a lot of what that could mean, healthy habitat. Like, yeah, it's almost like, what does that even mean? But a nice, diverse habitat or natural community that is functioning is probably the biggest ideal. And function doesn't mean eradication. I think there's a lot of examples out there where there is an invasive species that is, for one reason or another, has become naturalized, or we are able to introduce something like biocontrols to help naturalize it. And like purple loosestrife, probably wouldn't I actively tell our managers, don't go and pull purple loosestrife unless you absolutely feel like you need to, because it's a food bank for the biocontrols. And yeah, purple loosestrife might be increasing in population right now, but eventually it will decrease as well with the biocontrols. So having a functional ecosystem, I think, is most important, and we won't be able to remove invasive species from that conversation. They will always be here. I like to think about having even like sometimes the best victories are the smallest victories. And that's why I think for us, focusing on rare species protection is so important, because or so uplifting, and puts you kind of away from like that eco anxiety that everything is going wrong, because you can actively point to that rare species and say that it's still here, and our management is working. And often, because a rare species is present, they typically need some very specific conditions to survive. So having these biodiverse, rich systems that have rare species in it, even though that there are invasive species there, and even though we will probably be managing those invasive species in perpetuity, we can still say that it's there and we're being successful. And it helps dampen it a little bit. That probably doesn't answer your question, because I think it's a very hard one. And I think it's just the game that we all play.
I can maybe give an example that's a very clear, like coming back to this question of where do you focus on prevention versus where do you focus on being reactionary. And so Idaho a few years ago had their first like sighting of quagga mussels in the Snake River, which we've seen from when that species invades another waterways that has like huge dramatic, not just ecological, but also infrastructural effects, in particular, thinking about like the West's water needs and how that has downstream impacts for beyond Idaho's borders then. They took very like aggressive action to try and squash those populations down. And still, like, this is a multi-year effort at this point. Versus then Washington and Oregon saw that happen and had the luxury of time to be able to say, okay, this is a quite proximate threat now, but it's not currently in our waterways. So they had a lot more time to actually like craft more nuanced plans about how to respond, in the eventuality that quagga or other invasive mussel species do appear in their waterways. And so I think sometimes it's just like the conditions determine whether or not you're going to react or not. And I think often that's also that it's when the impacts start being large beyond just the ecological impacts, but when they're very obvious infrastructural, economic impacts as well, human health. I think that is, you can pull from more sources to mobilize resources for that in that case. And I think that ups the ante. But that being said, like for other species, it's not as much of a cut and dry crisis situation. So I think there is somewhat of a judgment call on that, and just having enough knowledge to say, does this warrant a fast response? And we deal with consequences later sometimes.
Yeah, I'll jump in a little bit as well, and then Jenica may have another question before we wrap up. And again, I'm always thinking fish, right? Because I'm the fish guy. But I think with regard to Jenica's question, I think initially, anytime we see an invasive or something, early on efforts to try to slow it down are helpful because it gives us time to see what's happening, right? How's it doing? What are the impacts? What's it doing to these other things? Because there's a lag time. So when something shows up and immediately we see some negative things, the interventions I think are well intentioned and can slow the end result that we may eventually be getting to anywhere. And I know certainly in the plant side, not so much on the fish or, aquatic animal side, but there's always research being done to do either genetic selection for resistance, or is there something else we bring in, like a fungus that's going to affect a larval stage of one of these things, right? Science can do a lot to try to remediate a little bit. But then I think there's sometimes also examples, and Matt talked to this a little bit. There's also going to be examples where at some point we just go uncle. Okay, it's here, but then even if we go uncle, I think back to the invasive lionfish that somehow, I don't know, somehow it got to the Caribbean. It's actually up into Virginia now. And the lionfish is one of those invaders that, while I think it's always going to be there now, by it just being there, it makes all the reefs barren. It's almost like the blue catfish. If we don't harvest it down, it will continue to have massive ecological, damage because it just eats everything and you lose all your biodiversity. So I think the lionfish, they're going after, more restaurants, and there's, if you go and catch them, there's a bounty for them. I think the blue catfish is going to be similar because it does so well as an invasive in this environment that unless something new comes in, which it probably will, some disease or something, it is so explosive right now. I mean, if 15 years ago it represented 75% of the biomass of a river, that means this thing is at the top of everything, and it's eradicating everything. So like the blue catfish or the lionfish, and I'm sure there's probably examples in other sectors. There may be some where for a very long time we need to continue to do harvesting or removal. In some cases, maybe a set amount of removal or attempt to eradicate at some point. I think these are different challenges. And if I just think of the blue catfish right now, I can't, unless a disease or something comes in, the only way we're going to save the other species that are doing well in the current climate and climate change, because they're eating everything, we have to harvest them down. And at some point, is it like, well, now because it's doing so well with climate change and the others are struggling, is part of the solution a new balance where it is part of the ecosystem, but we may need to manage it to keep it there because it doesn't have any predators yet. So again, the management's not easy, and the decisions are, what's the end goal today? Because that may change in the next year or two or three when something else happens. There's no one answer.
I really appreciate that I asked you all a hard question. I didn't promise that this would be an easy session, did I? But we have 5 minutes left to this session, and I want to ask one more question that maybe will lead us to some more uplifting ending, maybe not. But what is an opportunity that you think climate change has offered in the realm of invasive species management?
I'll just jump in real quick so we don't have too much silence, but I'll be honest, nothing comes to mind. I think I just fall back to, climate change is natural, right? I mean it's climate change happens at different rates for different reasons. It's sunspots or CO2 or change in rotation or there's lots of climate change is both natural and man-made, no matter where you are on the spectrum. And if we look back in history and archaeological things, species have come and gone and things are always in flux and changing. So we're used to things a certain way, and we've had a fairly stable climate for about 100 years. So we're used to all these kind of stable things, but we're going back into more dynamic climate. And I don't know what that answer is because I think these new climate change brings new opportunities for some and challenges for others. And what's it going to look like down the road? We just don't know. And so we just keep working on it and keep doing the best. And I don't have an answer for that question. It's just going to keep, we're all going to have jobs.
I think what this has done, and this has given us the opportunity to really sit down and think about what is most important. And I keep on going back to that and figuring out where we can make the biggest impact. And for all of us, I think that's going to be different. For us individually, for us as agencies or nonprofits, or whatever, everyone's going to have this idea of what might be most important based on personal beliefs or missions and so on. But it really lets us sit down and think, which in my opinion is important, because where invasive species management started was doing so much that was so spread out. I question on whether how effective it actually was without, and this is just a broad brush. This isn't accusing everyone, right? So, but now I think we're really forced to sit down and figure out what actually matters, where we can really focus and make a difference. So it's less of this broad scale invasive management across the board and more of there is this sense of place for this location or for these species or so on that we feel and we want to protect and conserve it because of X reasons. And as long as those things are still here in some way, then we're doing okay. You know what I mean? And sometimes okay is still worth it. Those small victories, the ability to go into a park and forest bathe and because we were able to protect those hemlocks for the next generation, that's important. I think it lets us sit down and do that and think about that and pick and choose our battles and be impactful.
I think climate change is a really clear reason to expand from just very single invasive species focused reactionary work to actually take that whole system lens of, okay, how do we make the ecosystems that we care about, the places that we care about, resilient to future stressors, climate change, invasive species, and anything else that might come their way.
feels like we're really talking about system resilience here, and trying to identify what we think matters and then designing management to address what those things are. So I want to thank our three panelists for being here today, sharing their perspectives, letting me put them on the spot with some really hard questions that there are not firm answers to. But hopefully, having this diversity of perspectives on this panel gave you some food for thought for your own work and how you might approach integrating climate change into the way that you or your organization thinks about invasive species and climate change. So thanks to our three panelists. All of our attendees, we are going to take a break until 2:10, and we will be back with a final presentation session for the afternoon. So we'll see you shortly. Thanks all.
Thank you, Janica. Nice to meet you, Ava, Matt, and everybody. Maybe we can have another chat one day. This was very stimulating and makes me think about things a little bit differently. So very helpful and enjoyed. Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Bye.
All right. All right. Hopefully everyone can see my slides and hear me. And if you can't, I'm sure someone will yell at me. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for still being here this afternoon. I am Sarah Boyce. I'm the Director of Research and Conservation at the Linda Loring Nature Foundation. And was really inspired by the last panel. And so hopefully I'll kind of be able to touch on some of the things that were brought up. But I'm going to be talking today about a way that we can, if not directly manage, help with some of management issues for some specific species, how it worked for us in Massachusetts, and specifically examples from Nantucket Island, where I am from. Hopefully you can have some takeaways that might work for you in your area and region. So just to let you know where I'm coming from, both figuratively and literally, I am on Nantucket Island. I work for the Linda Loring Nature Foundation, which is a land trust on the western end of the island. And I'm also the chair of our invasive plant species committee, which deals with, oops, sorry if I froze for a sec. So the IPSC deals with invasive plant species issues across the island. We are we manage the invasive species island-wide, and we also provide policy to our policy information on non-native species to our conservation commission. So we are regulatory in the island sense. And so I want to also frame you in how Nantucket, the Cape, and the islands are actually different and unique from the mainland Massachusetts. So we are part of the Atlantic coastal plain, and so we are in an ecoregion that is actually more similar to, so when I say the Cape and Islands, you can see those kind of darker gray areas in that map on the right-hand side. We're more similar in some ways to Long Island ecoregion and coastal New Jersey. Of course, we're under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts, so we work through, the invasive policy issues for Massachusetts. Oh, yeah, there's where we are. And so for today's talk, I'm going to be talking about three different species. And I'm not going to go into nitty-gritty details about species behavior or even kind of a little bit of invasion history for these species. But for first of all, Scotch broom, so Cytisus scoparius, as our shrub representative, Japanese black pine or Pinus lindberghii as our evergreen tree, and Miscanthus sinensis or Chinese silvergrass for our grass. And I apologize in advance. I definitely will kind of jump back and forth between common names and scientific names, but hopefully I don't get too confusing. And so the reason we chose these three species, I recognize kind of based on the panel that discussions were just had. We don't, even though we're an island and we have a big moat of the ocean around us, we also are not naive enough to think that we can eradicate everything on our properties. And as land trusts, we look at what are our bigger invasive issues that are impacting our rare species, our priority habitats on the island. And I know this is the case for Martha's Vineyard as well. We have a lot of priority habitats where there's significant rare species populations. And so these three species, among others, but these three in particular, Scotch broom, black pine, and Chinese silvergrass, are species that came up again and again as causing those of us who manage landscapes on the islands, they were taking a lot of time and energy for management. And yet they were still being planted actively on the island. So it's kind of like no matter how much management you do, when there's still further introductions, then it almost negates in some way some of your management efforts. So it was these three species, among others, but these are the examples I'm going to use today, where we really wanted to try to take that next step of policy. So if we can continue our management efforts to limit further spread and maybe restore some habitats by removing these species, how can we take a next level approach and prevent further introductions in the first place? So we do have an avenue for that in Massachusetts. So fortunately, in Massachusetts, we're one of the states that does have take a regulatory stance on our non-native invasive species through the prohibited plant list. So I'm sure there's people on this call that represent the agencies I'm talking about. So please, in the chat, if I get anything wrong, just let me know. But we have the Massachusetts Invasive Plant Advisory Group, or MIPAG, and this group is built of, or the representatives within this group are academics, researchers, plant biologists, representatives from the horticultural industry, and they're an advisory group that really looks for the plants or looks at problematic plants and evaluates species and then makes recommendations to MDAR, which is the Massachusetts Department of Agriculture, that manages the prohibited plant list. So if MIPAG recommends species be added to the list, MDAR reviews that, puts it out to public comment, and then eventually makes a decision. Now, once species are on that prohibited plant list, they are banned from importation, sale, trade, and distribution, and related activities. So you can imagine that this is a powerful tool if you're having a species that's becoming very problematic in an area. To limit this sale, importation, and trade can really help kind of stem the problem. Sorry, no pun intended. And there are currently 149 species on this list. And so this is the kind of the regulatory avenue that we took for these species. And so I'm not going to go into great detail in the criteria other than you have to go through the regulatory criteria, kind of make the case on each point for a species that you're proposing. And anyone can propose a plant to MIPAG. And if you're interested in proposing a plant, I'm happy to let you know about our process in more detail. The take home for these first four categories that I want you to keep in mind is that all the species that are proposed have some kind of harm, whether it's economic harm, human health harm, or as it pertains to the work I do, ecological harm. And then they have to be shown to be establishing and dispersing in minimally managed habitats. So in Massachusetts, that's oftentimes open space conservation land, or at least that's what I deal with in a land trust setting. And then the other criteria that as part of the evaluation process really focuses on the invasive potential or the current invasiveness of the plant that you're proposing. And so I highlighted box number 6 and 7 because those are the criteria that were kind of the trickiest that I'm kind of going to talk about today. So one is that it's widespread in Massachusetts or common in a region or particular habitat in the state. And then species that have many occurrences in Massachusetts in high numbers. So basically, they're getting at density. Now, the problem is, as a land manager, if you know or think a species is going to be a problem, you don't just let it go. If you can handle it, the easiest way is to kind of manage it as it comes. And so you don't want something to become widespread, and you don't want something to have super dense numbers. And so it's often difficult to document the spread and the density if you're trying to limit it in the first place. So one of our first example is Scotch broom. And so Scotch broom was first proposed to MyPag in 2004, which is when MyPag basically first started evaluating plants. And at that time, the current evidence did not show that it was spreading rapidly from cultivation or was outcompeting native species. And that was in 2004. And then that was despite the fact that there were many areas like the Providence sand dunes where there were extensive populations of Scotch broom. So that just really was a call for more data was needed. And it makes sense because at the time, we think in 2004, what were our options for documentation? We had the Invasive Plant Atlas of New England, which had limited records. We had herbarium records. So in this example map from Nantucket, the first records we had that were quote unquote official records were from the early 1900s when the species first became established. And at that time, herbarium records were basically novel finds, right? People would go, oh, a new species and document them. But it didn't give a sense of the breadth or the density. Similarly, we had some records from 2004, which was when IPAIN, which is the Invasive Plant Atlas of New England, was really starting to collect data. But 4 points doesn't really represent the full suite of the invasion potential at that time. And so in 2020 to 2021, we made a really big push on the island to document Scotch broom across minimally managed habitats. So in those conservation open spaces that were escaping cultivation. And then in 2021 is when we proposed the species again to MyPag. And we use maps like this looking at density, looking at documentation across different counties in the state. And you can see that the counties that were affected really were those coastal habitats. And there was big discussion at the time in these MyPag meetings about whether or not that represented widespread distribution in the state. Once again, they just wanted more data. And I will say that after much discussion, that the Scotch broom was added to the invasive or the prohibited plant list for Massachusetts in 2021. And in that time, significantly more records have been added to places like EdMaps or IPAIN, so databases that are used as databases of record in our state. And while these records would have been really fantastic for us to have 4 or 5 years ago, as we're looking for documentation, it's really great that once something's on the list, then it becomes more prevalent in the data record. So our next example was Japanese black pine, and this was a little bit of a different story because Scotch broom was more present in the landscape trade. A beautiful plant, widely planted, people do love it. So heavily planted, hence the much discussion about whether or not it should be listed as invasive. And then for a plant like Japanese black pine, it has been widely planted for erosion control, as a windbreak. But aesthetically, it's not as important a plant in the horticultural trade. And so we had fewer data records for this species, but we had lots of documentation of its invasiveness. This is just one image from Nantucket where a big band of pines was turning a grassland into an invaded forest. But once again, we had records as early as 1800s and many more anecdotal records by 1950, but not as much documentation. In 2021, we proposed this plant to MyPag. And once again, we had to lean on our colleagues for additional data. So we had to really kind of lean on our colleagues in the rest of the state of Massachusetts, look at records of southern states. Not impossible and not unimportant, but we were surprised with the number of people who said that black pine was such a problem and they were managing it heavily, but there was very little actual documentation in public databases. So we also worked, as I said, with our nearest neighbors, and then we did a lot of work on documenting management activities and time and money spent towards management. And all that work did pay off. Massachusetts, oops, sorry, I can't see our Zoom screen. So Massachusetts has added Japanese black pine to the likely invasive list, which is part of the full prohibited plant list in 2021. And once again, since then, there have been significantly more records added to iNaturalist and EDDMapS, with each of these like individual points representing at least one plant, but often more. And so we're hoping that we can encourage others to continue to document additional species as they occur to make sure that by the time you want to document or want to suggest a plant that there's plenty of documentation to go on. Oop, that's present day documentation. And the last species I wanted to mention was Miscanthus sinensis. So this is a more recent introduction and a more recent proposal to the prohibited plant list. This was proposed just recently in 2024. It's an ornamental grass that's very, very popular in a landscape trade currently. So this was one of our more controversial ads, but it has become one of the biggest time-consuming plants to manage in our native grassland habitats. And similar to Scotch broom, this species had a lot of, not a lot, but had herbarium records as early as 1916, noting these kind of novel introductions or new species on the landscape. We recognize this as a potential, kind of slow to invade plant, being close to, or, a little over 100 years since initial introduction, but the continued plantings over and over again as this plant has become more popular in the horticultural trade has really intensified the spread that we're seeing across the conservation lands and open space. One of the big issues with this plant, yes, so we have been able to show a more widespread spread across the state. We learned a lot from our 2021 proposals, and so kind of we're slower to build this documentation across the state. We kind of leaned on colleagues, especially our risk listserv colleagues, as we're trying to document the species. And one of the things that came up again and again was whether or not these records that we were finding, whether it was in EDDMapS or iNaturalist, were in fact in minimally managed habitat. So that's became a really important thing to make sure that people are taking pictures or documenting not just the individual plant for identification, but also the habitat within which the plant occurs. But a big thing in this instance became density. So how can we show density? Once again, we knew this plant was a problem and we're managing it as we were seeing it. So how can we show that it's truly a problem? And this is where we really relied on our friends in the risk as part of the risk leadership, where reaching out to the risk listserv, we were alerted to a few spots where we could see high densities of Miscanthus sinensis escaping out of cultivation in both open and closed conditions, wet and dry areas, and to show what it could be. Now we weren't happy to see this in the sense that we want there to be less density of this invader, but it really helped us make the case, especially that these were occurring on Long Island, which is really similar climatically to our areas in the Cape and Islands. We also had to access some private property, which is, kind of not unusual for us, where we were finding some areas that were heavily infested and hadn't been managed, where we could show the density of like what it would be like once it escaped. And while we don't really love that we had to find all these really dense populated areas, it is one way that this policy change was able to happen. So we were able to get Miscanthus sinensis added to the prohibited plant list in 2025. And I will say, this is not our goal as land managers. We want to be able to communicate with each other that if we're having a species that's becoming a problem, that it might need to be managed, that we should nip it in the bud, as it were, and not let it get to that point. But in order to show the regulators that this species is truly a problem and sort of prove it, we have to show that invasive tendency. The other really important part about documenting, and especially in public databases, is that you make these data readily available for people to use. So people might not know, researchers might not know that we've been taking data on Japanese black pine because we were managing it for a number of years, but it becomes an important data set that can be added to the whole of the Northeastern data set to make predictive models like this, or to use in predictions like this. So this is just the tool from the EdMaps website that looks at future range and certainty maps. And I just did this kind of as a quick and dirty, but some of these maps were used to show during our submission to MyPAG that these species are stable in our state and also have the potential to be widespread throughout the state if they're not already. And we hope that in the, that in the time that we have been proposing individual species to be added to the list, that there's more climate change aspects that are being considered. In the past, it was really, is it invasive now? But by the time it's invasive now, it's almost too late in terms of making any real policy changes. And so we hope that showing some of these climate change aspects and the work coming out of RISC and others will really help kind of facilitate the adding of additional species. And just to kind of summarize, we have, these are the example species. We've done a few more additional species, but it is slow to actually add species to the prohibited plant list. Scotch broom and Japanese black pine are already prohibited, and because Miscanthus sinensis was just recently added to the list, it is being phased out by end of December 2026. And just lastly, things that you can do is certainly record invasive species or non-native species that you maybe want more data on to share with the whole. The other really important thing to do would be to verify iNaturalist records. So if you're familiar with any species, you can go onto iNaturalist, verify records to make them research grade, and kind of look for ones that are in minimally managed or conservation habitats. I don't have to talk to this group about considering climate change with management decisions, but also know what the databases of record are in your area, whether you're in New York State and maybe use IMAP invasives or iNaturalist or EdMaps and others. And with that, I'm happy to, if I have time, to take any questions, or my contact information is there if you want any more details about any specific plant or documentation efforts.
Hi. I don't think we have time for any more questions right now. And we can check the chat and make sure we didn't miss anything. So thank you so much. That was great. Really nice review. And now I'd like to introduce Diane Alpaja, and I'm going to put her on Spotlight. Oh, she's on Spotlight. Okay, great. Hi, Diana. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great.
Thanks
How are
for
you?
coming. Yes, we're looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. This is a great network. You guys always welcome me, and yeah, I'm happy to be here today. I'm trying to. Okay, so it's presentation mode right now. Can you see my laser point there on the presentation?
Yes, but we also see your
Okay.
notes, the next slide. So you might need to
Oh, I
change
see.
which
Okay.
screen things are on.
Yeah. Let me see. What about now? Is better?
It's still showing your notes on the far left, like this other slides.
Diana, you want to share the screen that actually shows the presentation. So when you click
Oh,
Start
okay. That makes
Presentation,
sense.
then share the screen with the presentation.
That's it. That looks good.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, everyone. My name is Diana Albuja. I'm a PhD candidate in the ecology program at Penn State. My advisors are Dr. Travis Floor and Dr. Andy Cole. And today I will be talking about an interesting topic. It's called native plants' functional traits influencing the early growth of Japanese barberry in the eastern deciduous forest. Let me pass. I don't know if it's moving. All right. So I always like to start with a phrase because we need a lot of inspiration in our work. So we are all called to assist the air to heal her wounds and in the process to heal our own. As we are all aware, North America has the highest number of invasive shrubs. And one of the main players is Japanese barberry, as we have mentioned it multiple times today. Its scientific name is Berberis thornberry. This is a graphical representation of how the forest is looking like right now. We're aware that these invasive shrubs have this early leafing capacity. They are leafing actually right now, and we still don't have a canopy cover, but they are already producing food. This is an EDD maps showing the distribution of Japanese barberry, which is pretty much covering all the eastern of the United States and Canadian provinces. And these are some of the processes or changes that have been related with an invasion of Japanese barberry. It is known for increasing the pH in soil. It is known for increasing nitrate availability. It is known for increasing decomposition rates, and of course, decreasing native species regeneration, and more in the range of public health is known for increasing tick populations, and this is mainly because it generates a microclimate under its these tickens that have like the proper humidity for the ticks. Like ticks are very comfortable in this place. And to control and restore these infested forests, we always ask the question for the future. So if we are restoring, we're restoring for when, right? And then the climate change comes into the picture, and we can see again here an EDD maps distribution of the population of Japanese barberry. And we can see that the population is expected to increase and expand further north. However, as we all know, as I already showed, it's present in the most part of the eastern of the United States, and those polygons that are in white are NAs. And this is just to show that there is a lot that we still don't know of how this plant is going to behave in future climate change scenarios or increasing temperatures. These heavily infested areas have huge challenges in terms of time and resources. Generally speaking, forest managers try to focus more on preventing or like these little cells that are expanding. But when we're talking about these heavy infested areas, not a lot of people want to deal with this because it requires a lot of resources, and mostly forest managers don't have a lot of resources for this. And revegetation after controlling to prevent reinvasion has been one of the main, like the most effective tools to prevent it. However, when we're talking about this infested forest, it's challenging to make the natives to establish as a population because the environment has changed so much. And to our knowledge, we don't know of any growth chamber experiments so far that has tested Japanese barberry and native seedlings for restoration. This is the first one. So with no further ado, I'm going to jump into our questions. So this is the biggest question. in soil from Japanese barberry invaded areas, in this particular case, forest, how does seed germination, seedling survival, and early growth of native species, in this case is heat aster, and Japanese barberry can vary under current and warmer temperatures. I'm gonna break it down into each species. So we're very interested in knowing how Japanese barberry is gonna germinate under higher temperatures. But we're also interested into heat aster. How do germination and early growth differ between two genotypes of heat aster? One is from Pennsylvania and the other one is from Kentucky, while they are growing with Japanese barberry. And again, let's remember this is in soil that is being infested with Japanese barberry. So our methodology here, first I'm going to present our study site. This is Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania. The forest is called Master Gap. This is a Penn State property. It's a former ag field, and right now it's an early successional forest. This is a map showing the vegetation surveys that we have done in 2023 and 2024. I presented last year a methodology that we use for this heavy infested forest that show pretty solid results in terms of the relative abundance of Japanese barberry. We see here on the green box that it has a very high relative abundance compared with the other invasive shrubs or native shrubs. We're talking about a 60% or 65% of Japanese barberry. And this is how basically the understory looks like. And this is me collecting soil samples last year, probably about this time of the year. I was collecting soil from these areas for the experiment. And now I'm going to talk a little bit more about seed collection and processing. For the barberry, I collected seeds in 2024. They went through cold stratification, depulping, dried, and then they got stored. We're talking about populations from Pennsylvania. And so far, what has been reported as germination or mean emergence of Japanese barberry seeds was by Di Polonio in 2006. She reported a population in Maine that had a mean emergence of 12.8. And this other study made by Louisville and Brand, they reported a really high germination of 37.4. This was from a population of Japanese barberry in Connecticut in an eastern deciduous forest. And this is the heat aster. The new name of the aster family is a little complicated. It's Sympatricium ericoides. I hope I said it correctly. As I already mentioned, we got two genotypes. These were commercial seeds. They came from Pennsylvania and Kentucky. And we choose this particular species because it's known for being an aggressive rhizomatous species that establishes quickly undisturbed sites. For the experimental design, here I'm going to show the two factors. We have the two temperatures, whether current or warmer, and the seed mixtures. We had Japanese barberry growing alone, or Japanese barberry growing with aster from Pennsylvania or Kentucky. This turned out into a 3x2 wave factorial design. We got 3 replicates per each treatment. We got 2 grow chambers, one for current and one to simulate warmer conditions. We did a pre-germination test and we simulated spring and summer conditions. All right, let's jump into the results. So first we wanted to know what happened with heat aster, about generally speaking germination and early survival when it's growing with Japanese barberry seeds from wild populations. I am showing right now a graph that shows the mean cumulative germination in the y-axis, and in the x-axis we can see the temperature simulation, whether it's current or future. In the purple we have the asters that are growing with barberry, the asters from Pennsylvania that are growing with barberry, and in red the asters from Kentucky when they are growing with barberry. So for stats, we run a binomial generalized linear model. And we were able to determine that, as you see, the purple is significantly higher in both scenarios. So the aster from Pennsylvania had a higher germination rates under both temperatures. This was surprising for us, specifically in future, because we were expecting that the aster from Kentucky was going to perform better, but it didn't. Both relations were significant. And in terms of early survival, I'm not going to show a graph because we got results that we were expecting. We were able to determine that, for example, the aster from Kentucky survival increased during early summer under future temperatures. This was expected. We were expecting it to perform better under future climate change scenario. All right, so when we're talking about Japanese barberry, first I'm going to focus on germination, which was one of our main questions. Here we see a graph of, again, in the y-axis of mean cumulative germination of Japanese barberry seeds versus the temperature. And we have current conditions and future conditions. In green, we have aster from Pennsylvania and barberry. In red, we have aster from Kentucky. And in yellow, we have barberry growing alone. So as we see, our germination rates really vary among treatment combinations. But overall speaking, under current conditions, we report a germination of 17.7 and under future 19.6. So unfortunately, yes, Japanese barberry is able to germinate under future climate change scenario conditions, and it performs a little better than under current conditions. Now, this difference didn't show to be significant. And just as a reminder, these were the auto-reported germination so far. So we didn't reach this 37.4 that was reported, but we also didn't go lower as 12. In terms of statistical analysis, this point out something really interesting for us. We determined that the only significant difference was of reduced germination of Japanese barberry while it was growing with the aster from Kentucky under current temperature conditions. So we were really surprised about this. Why this reduced germination with the aster from Kentucky and under current conditions? I know that you're all like, what's happening? And it's also important to consider germination timing because we've been talking since early morning in the talk they gave about Arcadian National Park that early leafing is something really relevant, but what about germination? So under current temperatures, when we are evaluating species abundance versus the season, with this red line, we're seeing aster from Pennsylvania, and the green line aster from Kentucky, and the dotted lines are the different barberries growing with the different asters. So in spring, we can see that actually the species abundance was 0 for asters. This means that asters were not germinating in the spring under current conditions, while the barberries were already germinating. And this kind of was a little similar, but changed with the aster from Pennsylvania, and this is under future temperatures. So we can see again that even under future temperatures, barberry is also germinating. The aster from Kentucky in this case was not germinating, but the aster from Pennsylvania was germinating. So in this case, this was interesting for us in terms of germination timing. And in terms of survival, how did Japanese barberry perform? Here's again different treatment combinations, and we have in the y-axis alive counts and then the seasons down. What I'm going to point out that was again the only significant result that we got is the barberry that are grown with the aster from Kentucky under current conditions. This turned out to be the significant one. Again, we use a Poisson distribution to test for this. So we were able to determine that the survival of Japanese barberry under current Pennsylvania temperatures was 45% lower than in future temperatures when growing with aster from Kentucky. And in terms of early growth, I am talking about plant high. We run an ANOVA model for this one. And again, we can see here Japanese barberry high and the treatments, whether it's aster from PA, aster from Kentucky, and barberry. In the red boxes, we have current conditions, and in the blue boxes, we have future conditions. We have a clear pattern here that Japanese barberry in spring performs better under future climate change scenario, but we also can see here the pattern that I've been talking about, that we have a reduced high when it's growing with the aster from Kentucky under current conditions. Without further ado, this is the question that we were asking. Okay, we get all these results. So which other factors are actually declining the germination and abundance of Japanese barberry when it's growing with the aster from Kentucky and under current temperatures? For this, as an exploratory, because more testing needs to be done on this data, but I run a random forest model here to test for the better predictors of initial growth of Japanese barberry. And of course, it pop out the main variables, season as a meaning of time. Temperature was, of course, a main driver, but two interesting results came here. And these are the abundance of these two species, which is American burnweed and pokeweed. And as many of you probably are aware, these two species have an early growth, and they also have an early germination. While I was taking the measurements of Japanese barberry, I was actually thinking that those pokeweeds were my asters, but it was not aster, it was pokeweed. This is an R square of my model, and so when we were we're gonna see how the population of these two species behave in this treatment. And American burnweed was not on the trays that had this treatment, but we did have pokeweed. So here I'm showing a graph of the mean individuals and the seasons of the population dynamic of pokeweed. And here I'm pointing out again of these treatments that are growing with the aster from Kentucky. And we can see in red under current conditions that pokeweed had a mean higher individuals than in the other treatments. So yes, we had more abundant population of pokeweed in these treatments. So with that, I'm going to conclude that germination and early growth of Japanese barberry seeds from pheromone populations unfortunately increase with higher temperatures. Also that heat aster competition had no significant effect on Japanese barberry germination and early growth. But we were able to detect that the germination timing and fast growth of species like pokeweed or American burnweed can potentially reduce the early growth and germination of Japanese barberry. But this, of course, needs further testing. Future experiments should run longer, and because this was only one growing season, and they should test the species with similar growth characteristics to inform restoration practices. So what is next? What I'm showing that graph is a field experiment that we're running right now. It's those cages that you see there we call them deer exclusion cages, and we have our plants inside. We want to add more seed bank species data into our models. This is going to include biomass and diversity data. We want to complement this data with this field experiment that is going right now. We also think that when we're considering references for climate adapted species, we really have to dig deeper into that, because what we thought about the aster from Kentucky didn't turn out the way we thought. So we think that we should particularly focus on the diversity of local genotypes. Maybe the answer is there. We want to continue testing the effects of further climate scenarios in seeds and propagules from invasive shrubs. As we have seen, they are one of the main concerns in terms of forest restoration. Thank you so much to everybody supporting me, the Stuckerman School, Penn State, E+D, and we got a lot of donation from these two people, Earn Seeds, Roundstone Native Seeds, SER, Society for Ecological Restoration, and thank you all for listening to me today.
Thank you, Diana. That was a fantastic presentation, really nice. So we're going to be moving into our closing now.
Thank you, Sarah and Diana, for joining us. And Diana, if you've got time to take a look in the chat, answer any questions that are there for folks, we would very much appreciate it. And thanks again for sharing your ongoing work with us about the effects of climate change on barberry. We are lucky to have another one of our RISC co-founders with us to close on day one. So next up is Bethany Bradley, who is a professor at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and the university director of the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center. So Bethany, I will turn it over to you.
Monica, yeah, it was good to hear that pokeweed could be good for growing early, because I have fond memories of pokeweed as a small child at the bus stop and like throwing the, like early September when it's like has the really juicy berries on it, and having like fights with bus stop kids when I was 10 or something like that in Massachusetts. I have a couple of minutes to just talk through closing stuff, and I wanted to focus on things going well. We've heard, actually, I love this symposium every year because I feel like we hear a lot of examples of things that are going well, and especially this past year for me, it's really helpful to hear more of those things. So I wanted to start with a very personal achievement that I achieved for the first time last week, which is that I got a 100 Wordle streak for the first time. And I want to see those applauses in the thing, because that took me like literally years to achieve. So it was pretty awesome. I'm working on the 150 is my next goal. But in all seriousness, so I wanted to give a couple of examples that I know of things that have been going well with invasive species management. And just a couple of examples that Jenica and the RISC Network also helps to organize an invasive plant council working group. So we hear a lot about what's going on in the state regulatory framework. So one thing that just recently happened, which is really awesome, is that New Jersey is now part of the group in the Northeast that has regulated invasive species. So New Jersey just added 30 invasive plants to a newly created prohibited plants list, and that bill was passed unanimously by the New Jersey legislature. So really happy to see that addition to prohibited plants across the Northeast. Another example of things that are going well with invasive species management at the state level is a lot of ongoing dialogue that's happening in Vermont. So Vermont practitioners have started a really thoughtful dialogue that brings some of the research and scholarship about the language of invasive species into the practice of invasive species management. And specifically what they're thinking about is messaging that is more positive and focuses on what we are saving and what we value. And that framing being a lot more effective than messaging that's more negatively framed around, war or battle against invasive species. And I'm just really pleased to see that going on in continuing discussions of how we frame invasive species and invasive species management within the general public. We also heard a number of examples today about things going well in invasive species management, from experimentally driven management in Maine, long-term successes in Minnesota, new networks, new markets in Virginia, and preventative management in New York. And a lot of comments in the chat that this is not easy. We know it's not easy. We know that invasive species management is long-term and takes a lot of effort. And as Stephen said in the chat this morning, you can't walk away. But that doesn't mean that what we're doing is not successful. So the work, your work in conserving ecosystems and conserving rare species and conserving natural resources is successful. And I wanted to give an opportunity here for you guys to add more to this, to not just what we heard today, but what you know about successes, large or small, that you're willing to share in the chat, and we can try to amplify those, because it's really helpful to know what's going well and within this landscape. And I just wanted to say also that things are going well with risk. This has been a very challenging year for us, particularly thinking about what our long-term plans look like in a landscape of limited federal funding for science research. But we're continuing to create and coordinate actionable science because we have a large cohort of volunteers from across the Northeast. Jenica mentioned that in her opening this morning. This is just a screen capture of all of the different organizations that contribute to the Northeast RISC leadership team. That includes a large cohort of undergraduate students, graduate students, postdoctoral researchers, and all of those folks typically rely on federal grant funding to support their work. So it's just a reminder that RISC exists in no small part due to federal funding for science. And as you heard from Carrie this morning, the USGS, through its Climate Adaptation Science Centers, or CASCs, they have been a particular champion of the Northeast RISC Network and RISC Network activities across the US. So a good news update is that the CASCs were fully funded by the budget that Congress passed in January. And the Federal Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, which had been blocking funding for that science, has finally let that funding go about a month ago. So in a year when we lost a lot of federal programs and people focused on ecosystems, the CASCs and the RISCs are still standing. So if things continue to go well, we expect that CASC funding will continue to support actionable invasive species science this year and in coming years. So I will turn it over to Jenica for just a last couple of examples of other ways that we're trying to keep ourselves going.
Yeah, thanks, Bethany. And this is an odd position to be in, but Bethany just laid it out pretty well that, we are in a weird time right now in terms of how we keep things rolling at RISC. And so one of the creative funding mechanisms that we have worked to implement is private donations that are administered through the UMass Foundation. And so if you or your organization values the work that RISC does and you have a few extra dollars that you want to contribute to helping us keep the technology running, unfortunately, not all of it is freely provided by our organizations and institutions. We do pay for some of those things. We very much welcome and appreciate any of those donations that you would like to send our way. Certainly no expectation, but you never know what can happen if you put it out in the world. And next slide, thank you. And then this is just your final reminder to come back tomorrow. We have another great lineup set up for tomorrow. We start again at 10 a.m. This is your overview schedule for the day. We've got a morning sort of focused on tools of various sorts. And then the afternoon focused on emerging issues. And by that, I mostly mean emerging species, breaking research. And then we have some special guests for the Northeast RISC Impact Award. So next click. If you are not able to join us tomorrow, there will be a post-event survey that pops up automatically when you leave the meeting. If you're going to come tomorrow, don't worry about it. Fill it out tomorrow. But if you aren't planning to attend, we would really appreciate it if you would fill it out today. We do use that feedback to improve these events from year to year. And then Bethany,